Yeah, I got it. I got it. All right, thanks, Ken. All right, I'll talk to you later. See you, man. Oh, sorry, that I had a phone call there. What's happening, guys? So, what an interesting week. And I've got so much happening right now. It's crazy. Getting messages left and right. And good. All right. Good evening. How's it going? So let's get into this here. Boy, where to start? Well, so just looking through AMC videos, and I saw. Let me make sure that we're good here. Yeah. Okay. What did I see? I saw this video from John Wick sniping. AMC Nation. Al from Boston is full of poop emoji and has to go. AMC SML? And a couple others. Well, you know, if you just search for Al from Boston. Yeah. Teddy Zane did a video. And there's a couple others. Well, of course, Manny sent me a couple others. So, but I haven't watched any of these yet. So I figured we'd start with the John Wick video because he's always fun. So, yeah, let's do it. Never fold. Good strategy. Okay.
All right, what's going on, guys? John Wick sniping, and I wasn't going to do a video today. Obviously, you guys know that I drop it usually around 10:30 to 11:30, somewhere in that
Stock market liberators. Okay. All right. I can dig that.
I saw a comment on one of my videos talking about Al from Boston, so I decided to go watch his most recent video that was dropped about 2 or 3 hours ago. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Prior to his return this time around, I had never watched Al from Boston before. I know that he was talked about a lot, and
steal my liquidity. How about that?
He was driving the crazy amount AMC share price narrative. So I'm watching this video, and somebody out there, you guys, you gotta stop fucking with me with this guy. Like, are you fucking serious right now? I just watched his video, and right off the top, the guy, he's titled his video brackets 100,000 to 1 million. And right off the top of his video, he goes, I think AMC can reach a minimum of 100,000 and as high as 1 million. But my disclaimer is I don't know when or if that's ever gonna happen. What the fuck does that mean? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Why stop at 1 million? Why didn't you say 1 billion at that point? Hey, AMC's going to 1 billion. I don't know about you guys, but I'm holding to 1 billion. But here's my disclaimer. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, okay? But it's going to 1 billion, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. Like, what the actual fuck does that mean? Number one, bro, you have never shown your face.
Let's pause right there. So that's interesting. Now, isn't that pretty much what everybody's been saying, though? Like, oh yeah, the price is going to go to whatever, insert astronomical number here. I don't actually have any proof for it. I don't know when it's going to happen. They don't say if it's going to happen. But nobody knows. Nobody knows this kind of stuff. So... yeah, I mean, to me, this is just like, okay, yeah, it's just another guy basically talking out of his ass, trying to present an air of credibility. Like, oh, I went to Harvard. But there is there's some kind of caveat with the Harvard thing. I can't remember. It's like he went to like a extension night program or something. I forget. Whatever. Yeah, okay.
What the fuck does that mean? Number one, bro, you have never shown your face.
Okay, well, I haven't either. But and a lot of the actual quote unquote credible YouTubers, hi Lynn, don't show their face either. So I don't know. Harvard's MOOC, MOOC, their open courseware. I think that's Yale. At least it's not as bad as Donahue George. You know, Donahue George, the dude who sued Citadel and the DTC and all the brokerages and shit. He claims to have gone to City University of New York, CUNY's law school. That's what it says on his Twitter. Law school, legal education. He went to the College of Justice or whatever it is, criminal justice there. So he's not a lawyer. He didn't go to law school, but you know, it's presented that way. Anyway, why does the face thing matter? Are you going to recognize him? You going to recognize him from a mugshot or something? I don't know. I don't know why that matters. Should be about the information, I think.
And you've never shown your share position. And now you're back out of the blue from God knows where, and you're back to the same recipe of these crazy fucking numbers. So I'm also watching.
So it's good though that he like is acknowledging that these numbers are crazy. That's a good thing, I think. So we'll see where this goes.
Watching your channel obtain a lot of subscribers very quickly, and the views don't really add up. So I'm going to have to now check with my sources to see what the fuck's going on, because I need to figure out what this is all about. Because if all you got to do is get on YouTube and talk about AMC going to 1 million and you're going to get thousands of subscribers and thousands of views on them, then shit, I'm going to just have to, I'm sorry guys, I'm going to just have to just do that the whole time, because this is ridiculous. Like, I don't know who is driving this narrative or why of these high prices. Is it?
Well, it's been going on for almost a year. Why are you just now starting to question it because some dude who doesn't show his face is saying it now? I mean, they've been saying this forever. They've been saying it since last June or May or June of last year. I'd have to go back and look and actually see when these numbers started coming out. And I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't remember who started it. I mean, it might be hard. Maybe somebody here knows or remembers. I don't. But, I mean, you know, that's been part of it for a while. And he even, I mean, this dude here, like when he talked to Fidelity and stuff, he referenced that. So he knows it. Anyway.
Just to keep the people holding the bag while others get out at more reasonable amounts. But this guy's back on YouTube talking about 100,000 to 1 million. But wait, here's my disclaimer. I don't know when it's going to happen or if that's ever going to happen. Are you fucking kidding me? And you don't show your face and you don't show the shares? How about you show me your shares? How about you show the date that you've had them? If you've had them this whole time, you've been talking about AMC number one. And then you need to show as it starts running, if it ever does run, that you're going to hold through these prices, because you're talking shit about everybody else paper handing somewhere around the 30s.
I'm pretty sure I remember Lou talking about brackets like in May or June of last year. I don't remember what the numbers were because clearly it was nonsense, but I'm pretty sure because I didn't really, I watched more of his videos then as opposed to after that. So I'm not sure when I first heard $1 million. I mean, it was like 100,000, 250,000. It was all over. It was on Reddit. So Reddit was very fanatical earlier, I think, than everybody did. But exaggerated brackets, instantly accumulated 80,000 subs, because Chris is saying that the apes eat their own, not showing your face as part of his certified member thing, and also that these are, I'm sorry, Model 3 dude said these are the numbers that they all want to hear, which is true, which is why it's you know, kind of a struggle to fight against that. Not even really fight against it, just, you know, whatever we're doing here. But
so guys, remember that I said I would talk about starting to eliminate some of these YouTubers, especially starting right off the top. You don't show your face, you don't show a share position. Well, here's John Wick Sniping's first one. You got to get rid of fucking Al from Boston Liberation.
okay, so I'm gonna exclude myself from the potential people on YouTube to be voted off the island, because I'm not an ape. I don't have a position in AMC, and I'm very upfront about that. So, you know, yeah, I am next. Well, you know, if I had only played my cards right the last couple days, I could have went out and bought a camera, and then I could show my face. But, you know, what can I say? You guys have seen the market, so, or one of you who cashed in big can buy me a camera. But other than that, I really don't want to use a shitty camera, because it's already probably going to be a bad idea to do that. But anyway, yeah, but unfortunately, I didn't play my cards exactly the right way. You know, so whatever.
This is absolute horse shit. Go watch that video and then tell me I'm fucking crazy about what I'm saying. The stock can go to a minimum of 100,000 and as high as 1 million, but my disclaimer is I don't know when that's going to happen or if that's going to happen. This shit's got to end. Like, this shit has to really end, because people...
I mean, I've been saying that for months now. This shit's got to end. Last year, I distinctly remember having videos that were like, this is ridiculous. This has gotten to an unsustainable point. This has to change. It has to stop. People have to realize X, Y, and Z. And they didn't. Now, of course, I was coming at this from the outside of the ape community, and, you know, I don't have the Zen demeanor like a guy like Tan Conative has. Like, I really dig his demeanor. He's got a very, I don't know, it seems like he cares or something. It doesn't seem like I don't know. I've tried to do it better this time around, but regardless, this guy's inside of the grift, basically. He's one of them. So maybe it'll come, but, you know, I don't know. He's getting pushback. Al's the most informative YouTuber out there. He at least brings positive energy in the community. There isn't anyone here an expert. Positive stuff is what we need, no matter how high people's brackets may be. Not really. See, that's how you lose. You bury your head in the sand with this positive, bullish information all the time. It's not based in reality, and you don't pay attention to what is happening. You don't pay attention to what is. You only pay attention to what you think should, could, would, will be. And that's a recipe for disaster. You guys know this. Yeah, this guy needs the positivity. But there is, you know, like Tan Conative said in his video that I highlighted on my last stream, you know, you can't play really a bias. I mean, you know, that's it's just a recipe for disaster if you're not reacting to what's happening. You're not changing your strategy based on the reality. It's like this ape narrative is a very idealist narrative. It hinges on what should be, what could be. This idealized situation. The shorts haven't covered. The shorts will cover, and it'll blah blah blah. Whereas, really it should be more of a materialist viewpoint. Like, what's actually happening? What are the tangible things that we can observe? What is the material reality? What is the actual observable occurrence? And okay, I know what I want to be happening. I don't, but if you're not actually reacting and taking in the information from what is happening, you see where I'm going, you know this. But a lot of people, the apes preach hope, not common sense. That's put perfectly. So, he interviewed the CEO of Overstock. So this obsession with Overstock. Remember when Mark Cohodes was the hot commodity in the ape narrative? I guess he still is. I don't know. So we listened to his, we rebroadcast or repeated, whatever. We streamed his interview on a Twitter space with other guy, the Wolf of Wall Street, no, the Big Short guy, not Michael Burry, the other dude. And, we interacted with him a little bit, but then things got weird. And now, I don't know. I don't really have much of a connection to that side of things, but he was obsessed with Overstock. And he compared it to Overstock. And he also got an interview with Rudy Giuliani. Ugh. Why? Gross. He's an insider sent to keep us holding for BlackRock so that he can destroy Citadel. What? Oh my God. How about this for a conspiracy theory? He is an insider sent to keep us holding for BlackRock so they can destroy Citadel once and for all. Oh my God. Oh, shit. Wow. Oh my God. Whew. Solid DD and good info on how the markets work? Not really. I mean, we've debunked a couple very basic things that he's been spewing. So, I don't know. He disappeared for some odd reason and deleted all of his old content. That's not suspicious at all? I don't know. Too much drama with many YouTubers, including this guy. We are smart enough to ferret out the good guys from the bad guys without anyone's help. No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm sorry. Does not appear that you are. If I want to tune in to Al from Boston or anyone else, I don't need your advice. Sorry, bro. Well, okay. So then don't listen to his advice. Don't listen to his advice. Here's a mirror. You're telling somebody not to talk, not to air their opinion. Nah. So you need to stop hating. You're most emotional about the haters more than anything. See that a lot. At least he makes his own content. Ooh. How does somebody get an interview with Rudy Giuliani? I mean, and more importantly, why? What are you talking about? Rudy Giuliani's sitting there. Oh, we're going to meet at the Four Seasons. Okay.
have their actual life savings into this stock, and you can't have this guy coming back on board dropping fucking 10 videos and using the same recipe he used before. He was Mr. Hold to a Million, and now he's back. He's like, oh well, that recipe worked last time, let's try it again this time. Bro, you don't fool me with your fucking I'm Harvard and I'm fucking really smart guy. Show your face if you're so smart and you're from Harvard. And you know what? Turn your comments back on, because you're talking about in your video, you're getting messages and you don't even have the comments set on your videos. So that's
pretty, yeah, that's pretty lame, I think. It's pretty lame.
That's what I've got for you guys, and I'm just blown away with what I just saw on one of these stupid ass videos. John Wick sniping is out.
So, okay, so it seems like, you know, is he admitting that the Harvard State Harvard State and Community College? Wow. That's oh man. Is John Wick sniping admitting that? It sounds like he's like the advocate for the apes or something. Like, oh, people have their life savings in this and blah blah blah, and this guy's coming in with this false. So does he know? Like, I don't know. It's an interesting question. But it sounds like he's still holding out for whatever. So there's that. Now, the other one. So that's that one. Okay, so what about Teddy Zane? Now, he's put out some interesting videos in the last few months here. Whoa. That's not interesting. Yeah. But he's been more realistic about things, at least.
What's up, everybody? I'm going to try to get the sky in this video. I got a badass jam going on Sirius XM too. Let's see if we can get the sky in the sun, because that sun is gorgeous right now.
Now, see, if I get a copyright infringement from whatever he's listening to on Sirius, that's not going to be cool. So that's why you shouldn't play commercial music. That's why I play the kind of stuff I do, the electronic kind of stuff, because it's not caught by copyrights. Anyway.
Yeah, baby. So I'm listening to Wishing Well.
Okay.
Douchebag, Al.
All right.
What's up? I want to talk about this Al from Boston douchebag, Al from Butthole, is really what we got to call this motherfucker. Doing a fucking $1 million video hype. People are still buying into this fucking $1 million bullshit. But before I talk about this fool, let's clear a couple things. So my last video, I said, shit, man, we're getting the 50-point rate hike, interest rates, Jerome Powell. Let's respond to that. I said we were going to get a 1 week rally off of that day. The first day, the whole fucking market was rallying. It was green. Everybody's making money. Goes to show you the state of the country, the state of the stock market. What happened? Very next day, everybody took profit. Red across the board. Yeah, crazy, man. Red across the board. And then Biden wants to come out and say we're not headed towards recession, which you're at 1.4 negative GDP growth. One more quarter of that, you're in a recession, Biden, you fool.
Oh, okay. Well, he's not wrong about the recession definition, but I mean, and I think that, you know, Biden was a fool for retaining Jerome Powell, but I mean, probably wouldn't have been that different with anybody else. So, and that goes for Biden as well. I don't think it really would have been that different with a different person in that position, in those positions, for many reasons. But you know, why were the interest rates so low for so long? That's the question. And that transcends Biden, it transcends Jerome Powell, right? That is how it's been since after the GFC in 2008. So, why? Well, you know, defer to the maverick of Wall Street to pump up the equities and housing markets. That's what the effect is. Now we have that going away. Now, yeah, it's, I don't want to get into any more into politics or macro right now, but all I'm saying is, if he's blaming, you know, where's the blame lie?
I can't stand that guy.
Well, I could have told you that you can't stand Biden. That's no surprise. But also, too, you know, the tail kind of wags the dog a little bit here. So, is the interest rate hike, you know, if you look at the bond market, does the chicken or the egg come first? Those kind of things. Who knows? It wouldn't make any difference. Greenspan, Yellen, Powell, all one entity, Lynn says. And she knows what she's talking about, because she's been watching Maverick of Wall Street for longer than I have. But, yeah, all right. Hopefully he...
Anyway, next, in a recent video...
You know what Strongman says about Teddy Zane? He calls him a roid rager.
Said AMC's going to 13, and I just want to call out this one fucktard. He's probably a bot. There's so many bots on this channel, but he goes, yeah, because it didn't happen the very next day. So he goes, yeah, so much for that 13. As usual, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Whatever. He says some stupid shit like that. So what's going on right now? Are we sitting at 13? Did we tap into the 13s like I called? Yeah, go fuck your mother, like old Lou from Wall Street would say. Can't stand you fucking bots. You need to go away. Or, you know what the best vengeance is if this is a real person for you fucktards? The best vengeance is when you buy in at 1585 or you buy in at 1550. And then she taps the 13 like I said she was going to do. Go fuck your mother. That's why I like Lou. Lou tells it straight. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, talk about Al.
Lou will blow so much smoke up your ass, and he's back and forth. But I like Lou because he tells it like it is. Bottom fucking line. Now I want to talk about Al from Boston.
Okay.
Because I see he's back all of a sudden. Al from Butthole. You fucking fool. Who in the hell is getting baited by the 1 million? Anybody still buying the one? Hey, AMC... New York Stock Exchange won't even let it reach $40. Yet Al from Butthole is calling on the 1 million. Let me tell you what this fool's doing. He's a jackass. You're a total jackass, dude. You come back from nowhere. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. Nobody knows why you gone on missing. But you're...
Well, I mean... We... I mean, he's probably not from Boston. I don't know. No, he's... I think it said that he lives in D.C. now, but it's funny because that's kind of one thing that we, I guess, do know about it. But yeah, he's got him talking about it. So no press is bad press, even for this kind of shit, I don't think. So, I mean, and it makes sense that somebody would come back in my view, it makes sense that somebody would rehash this. They like to talk about cycles. I talk about the snake oil cycle. It's the same damn thing. We get through margin calls. That's where we're kind of in margin calls right now. Share recalls, right? Earnings. All the different things. So
most popular video,
$1 million per share, or quote unquote brackets. That stuff comes back once in a while, and there's, you know, the share count, synthetic shares, liquidity crisis. Basically just look at Short the VIX's channel and you'll see the cycle. You can put a Fibonacci time series on that.
Is the scam
probably
video that AMC's going to $1 million. That's probably your most popular video. You got the most amount of subs off of that video. You got the most amount of likes off of that video. So now you come back after taking a fucking 6-month dump. You're back on YouTube. And what do? You repost the $1 million fucking AMC video. Go fuck your mother, as Lou would say. You're a fucktard yourself, man. Nobody in their right fucking mind still believes that AMC is even going to $1,000 fucking dollars, you fool.
Okay, well, I beg to differ with that, actually. I mean, I really do, because you have to go on Reddit. That's where the fanatics are. This is where the movement really is. Oh, look, shorting not available on Schwab for AMC. Oh boy. Wow. Lou's still talking about a party in Vegas. Is that right? Really? I love this. Best catalyst is they never expected us to buy and hold in a market like this. Going to be fucking epic. I have another thing that I want to get to later. It's an article from Finance and Society Journal, and it talks about a couple historical examples of market cornering and the frenzy and then that kind of stuff. But it's interesting. Where was I? Here. This buy and hold in a market like this. That's not really a new thing. It's not really a new thing, and nobody is shaking in their boots because of that on this stock. Let's get the party started. When this shit ends, I'm going wherever the fuck this is. Right. I mean, there's three or four people on Reddit that, I mean, clearly to me, they have to be some type of shill getting paid. This dip is just too tasty. Look at that. They bought over 100 shares. I mean, he's making a liar out of me because I haven't seen any $1 million per share posts. I mean, but why doesn't anybody talk about the Ortex guy and his bullshit? Days to cover, short interest at 19. Days to cover continues to rise, as does shares on loan. Current mood. Hedge is playing a losing game, and they know it. Okay, a losing game? Do you understand how fucking shorting works? Or do you really think that the people reading this on AMC stock subreddit are that fucking dumb that they would look at that and be like, yeah, he's right, they're losing? No. Well, anyway, I guarantee that they think there's a lot of people on here, seemingly. Now, maybe they're all bots or shills. Anyway, let's get back to Roid Rager.
New York Stock Exchange won't even let it hit 40 or 30 before it fucking halts it. You fucktard. Yeah.
Well, okay, the thing about that we know is that it's not about what price it goes to. It's not about what price it hits. It's about the amount it moves in a given time period. How volatile it is. How much it goes up and down at a time within a time frame. So it's not about letting it hit 40. That's, fucktard
Yeah,
talk.
you're trying to scam $1 million on these. Maybe there's some newbies out there just now getting in. What? Maybe you got your own.
Well, I don't think so, because based on I haven't looked actually since the market closed, but really a lot of newbies. I mean, 32 million shares, today. The number of times it's been over 30 million in the last few weeks has been, you know, a handful. 26 million is a very popular number. 26, 26, 26, 26, 26, 26, 25. Very interesting. It's been 26 lately, but we can stay dumber long than you can stay solvent. That's what it seems to be.
Fucking subs, you know.
And it's easier to scam somebody than it is to convince them that they're being scammed. I've dealt with this the whole time. You know, the John Wick guy was seeing that in his comments. The amount of pushback he got. I think that we probably are going to see it when we scroll down to these comments. You know, it's easier to scam somebody. That's why it's easier for Al from Boston to put out this bullshit than it is for this guy or anybody, including myself, to actually get anybody to snap out of it and try to take a look from the outside. We'll see.
That you're convincing, get into AMC because it's going to 100,000, it's going to 1 million, it's going to 2 million. Why the fuck are you doing that? That's what I want to know.
But even though, you know, the stock exchange isn't going to like, oh, it's getting to 40 guys, you got to turn down the volume. The fact remains that the price itself couldn't get, you know, up there, which is a function, direct function, supposedly, but it's a direct function of the orders that come in at the price that they come in at. That's why, you know, you see these posts about, well, we went down 10% on 21 million shares, and that's obviously criminal, blah, blah, blah. No, it depends on how many orders come in at what price in the order book. And as the price, you know, as those shares get executed, the price goes up and down. So it's nobody, I don't think really it's being quote unquote controlled to the degree like, oh, like when I talked to Ken on the phone earlier and he said, yeah, we were trying to keep it under 13 a day, you know. There's no evidence for that, but anyway, the point is just that, you know, yeah, it can't get above 40. Why would it go to 1 million? Makes no sense.
Go away, Al from Butthole. You need to just fucking vanish like you did 6 months ago, because you are not helping the community whatsoever, scamming anybody into believing AMC whoever
half approval maybe.
You're a goddamn fool for telling anybody. Pull that fucking video. All you're trying to do is gain subs off of that fucking video. That's all you're trying to do. You're a scam. You're a wash. You're a fucking has-been. You're a fucking nobody. And now you're just trying to gain fucking subs, dude. Go the fuck away. That's all I got to say. Y'all have an awesome afternoon. Doge Warrior out, baby. Shaboom!
Nice car. Leather seats. Black seats with tan interior. Interesting. Okay. God, he's got so much energy. Let's see. We watched that one. Now, Manuel sent me a couple here. John Wick sniping strikes fear in the hearts of finance call centers everywhere. Yeah, he does. Oh, by the way, I'm going to open the voice chat on Telegram. If anybody's interested in bullshitting with me on here, you can feel free to join that over there on Telegram. And you'll be on the stream with me. So that is now patched in. So just FYI. Now, having said that, I think I'm not sure if, well, he popped in last time. Joey is around, but, you know, whatever. Okay, we got that one. We got that one. Okay, what is this one here? Okay. This is a different, this is one that Manuel sent to me over in Telegram. It's a short, I think. Is it? Yes, it is a short. How fitting.
Hey, AMC family. Hope everybody's having a great night. I'm just doing a public service announcement. I heard Al from Boston's back. Whatever you do, do not listen to him. He's got the worst advice in the world. Just don't listen to him. You know, he says when you're upset, just go eat an Eskimo pie. Don't do it. I did it. It's not a good idea. It's a gateway ice cream. It opened up the door to Klondike bars. Trust me, you know what you'll do for a Klondike bar. Have a good night, everybody.
Well, I like Klondike bars, so, but I didn't even catch the name of that guy before I closed it. Okay, this one I've been really wanting to see. Oh shit, it's gonna be loud. Fuck. Okay.
Background related. It's always like irked me. Like,
Al from Boston, you a punk ass bitch. Punk ass bitch. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, stupid fat ass.
Non-finance background related. It's always like irked me. Like,
Al from Boston, you a punk ass bitch. Punk ass bitch. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, stupid fat ass.
Non-finance background related.
That's great.
It's always like irked me. Like,
Al from Boston, you a punk ass bitch.
That's right up there with the can't kill Michael Myers. You can't kill Michael Myers. That's impossible. Oh, man. I need a little comic relief here. I'm going to scare everybody in the movie theater.
Scare everybody in the movie theater. You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible! What you can do is buy AMC stock. Millions coming, baby. AMC.
They're so excited, too. Look at these people. They're like, what the fuck? I just wanted to watch the movie.
Stock. You want to be a millionaire. AMC.
This dude's like, this guy's like, no, I prefer not to be a
Call me
millionaire.
the eighth father, baby. You can't kill Michael Myers, but you can become a
This girl right here with the soda. She's like, what the fuck is your problem?
multi-millionaire, baby.
And there's the guy with the blanket.
AMC in the house. Wow!
Just look at the people in the background.
You can't kill Michael Myers. It's impossible. But what you can do is buy AMC stock.
Oh my God. I can't stop laughing at this.
Millions coming, baby. AMC stock.
Oh
you want to be a millionaire? AMC, I'm an ape. They call me the eighth father, baby. You can't kill Michael Myers, but you can become a multi-millionaire, baby. AMC in the house. Wow!
And his face at the end. It's like, yeah, I just did that. You don't have the balls to do that. No, I don't. I wouldn't do that. Never. I would never do that. But, you know, that's what makes him so special. I better not play that again. It'll make people run away and eat a moon pie or whatever the hell he said. But this is in the same vein. I love this.
non-finance background related. It's always like irked me. Like,
Al from Boston, you a punk ass bitch.
Trap TV. Oh, wow. Oh. How does this only have 4 views? Come on.
Background.
How does that only have... Wait a minute. Why didn't it go to it? There it is.
I'm not an entertainer, baby. Got me in the dark So the implication that the stock won't go past 500 or even 1,000, nobody's even talking about 5,000 anymore, let alone 500,000, is because we have some desperate people out here, including myself. I'm not that desperate, but we want to make money and we don't know when the spikes are.
Including
because
myself.
a lot of us are new to trading, dumb apes if you would call us, but we're not dumb. We just know when to get out. And the time to get out is obviously when you made 3 times more than what you invested in it. Which means that if you're holding, you're dependent on other people. And other people don't care about other people, including the ape father, which is why he wants us to hold so he can make more money. I'm not saying sell, I'm not saying hold, but get out.
What about the guy that said Lou is full of shit? Who is that? Tom Zazzulo is full of shit. But, you know, a lot of these people are, but I don't know which one you're talking about, Model 3. Finally, game over. Oh, Big Man Speaks. Yeah, he hasn't put out a lot recently. I just checked out his channel earlier. He put out, I don't know what this Myron Golden Pimping the Christians is. I don't know, but this one's about AMC.
What's up, YouTube? What's up?
Sorry.
What's up on a Friday night?
This is from last
Let's
Friday.
get busy. Let me say one thing. This not financial rice. This for entertainment purpose.
This not financial rice.
Only. People been asking me, big man, where you been at? I've been chilling.
Okay. I think maybe this one. Manual for the win.
Hello, Jello Brains. Those that
This
will
must be the
follow
one you're talking
anything-
about, Model 3. Is this the guy? I've never seen this guy. I have never seen this guy. AMC stock with Halloween's Michael Myers. Okay, who is this? Exposing liars from all over the YouTube universe. All right, you got me hooked.
and everything, no matter
That's my kind of clickbait right there.
what they say. If Lou came out and said,
Is he
"Go to
wearing?
the
What is he?
Brooklyn
What is that
Bridge."
hat he's wearing? I can't. It's backwards. I can't read it. It's mirrored. Anyway.
Bridge, take a leap into the freezing
So you are talking about Big Man Speaks. Okay. This is from February. I have not seen this. I just kind of want to see what he says.
water, and you'll be okay, and AMC's gonna go to $1 billion. That would do it. Because this is classic stuff.
Okay, I like that so
Classic
far.
con man, classic snake oil salesman. Lou, Trey, Matt, who's that little black boy? TMI, that Vix
Tiger.
little boy,
Vix, that Vix little boy.
Kevin.
Ugh.
And there's a bunch of other ones, Clay Bro or some shit. They are all such fucking liars. They have not a single droplet of evidence to support that there's some incoming squeeze. Please, I beg you, show me something, anything that shows squeeze incoming. Because all I see is red incoming. I mean, I play puts, and I got my ass kicked Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Today, it was payback time. Yeah. AMC went down, and GME went down even worse, and especially after hours. You wait till tomorrow. The Qs are already so red They're screaming, and they're going to take down AMC and GME right with them and all the rest of those meme shit stocks. You can listen to Lou and keep, pumping his account with money or whatever. I'm telling you, these guys are wrong.
We'll pause it right there, so I like that. But yeah, this is, the same thing we've been saying the whole time, pretty much. The only difference between this guy and a walrus is 2 teeth and a casino jacket. Yeah, you could say that about the common sense investor too. He's kind of got that. I had a history teacher in high school that he had the walrus aspect going on. But hey, he's not wrong about the evidence thing. Okay, let's move on. So that's Al from Boston, and there might be more. And here's a guy. The only AMC stock video I will ever make. Is this the guy from Everything Money? No, can't be. It can't be. That's not him. Anyway, that's Al from Boston. And I just thought it was funny that, I saw 2 or 3 videos of existing AMC YouTubers calling out Al from Boston a mere, days after he's highlighted in my live stream. What was he talking about? Share recalls, that's what it was. When GameStop issues the dividend in June that they haven't even really finalized or voted on, they have to do a share recall, and, that's going to be the catalyst. Maybe the apes are learning. I don't know. Okay, so that's Al from Boston, Now, the Commander 35. Okay, this guy, well, you tell me. You tell me. What is going on here?
Oh, shit. I just got off my supervisory position shift at the sweatshop across the street. So I'm back. Sorry for the sort of hiatus. I've been around, just been kind of busy. I did actually pay a visit to Richie out in the Jersey Shore.
The ape father.
Was there. I was right at the front steps, buddy. I knocked on that door. I even saw you through the window, but you, ran into the other room. You pulled up your phone. And, of course, you called the cops, as expected. I wanted to talk to you. What were you so afraid of? Do you think me and my family were going to do something to you? I was long gone before they even arrived, so... Anyways, just wanted to pop in for a second and talk about a few things. Like how everything's just, going to hell, going to shit. The world is burning. The stock market is on fire. The talk of, rate hikes and other market turmoil. It feels like there's something going on every day. Like we're in a very turbulent timeline in the history of the stock market, right? Inflation, like Lou puts it, shaking at $9 billion or whatever, right? Shit's real, things are going to hell. And I'm just here minding my own business, kicking back and relaxing and wondering which tool I'm going to use on Wiggalicious. I can't decide. I got quite a few here. This is just one of my little baby toys. I even got the the mini hatchet. So cute, right? This would be good for pinkies or, the big...
I don't know if he actually did. I'm not sure. But to me, okay, I'm just going to roll it back just a little bit here. But,
This is just one of my little baby toys. I even got the the mini hatchet. So cute, right? This would be good for pinkies or, the big toe maybe. Maybe that's, I don't know, it might be too thick on that one. on that particular specimen. So I don't know. I just wanted to say, not in the slightest bit concerned, of course. I don't really care. Neither should you. You've all been holding your position for the past year, or at least most of us have by this point. Even the newbies. Even Richie is close to passing the year mark, right? Because you bought in, what, was it June? So we're almost to June, buddy. Just another month to go and you'll be able to finally get past the year mark. And
now, you want to talk about an obsession. What is this guy's obsession with the ape father? This is so interesting to me. What the fuck? What good does this do? What purpose does this serve? I can't think of any purpose. You know? And people like little Joey, you know, will say, well, why do you care so much? Why do you care? This guy's still bashing AMC. No, I haven't bashed AMC. I'm bashing the AMC YouTubers. That's the thing. Somebody's got to look at this shit and call out the ridiculous. So, you know, helps them get views when they go after each other. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know. This is not that good of a video. But of course, you know, it's probably didn't come out that long ago, but
save on taxes, hopefully. It depends how long you hold your position, of course. You know, you might get scared out when this drops to, this could, you know, drop to $10, possibly, AMC, and then you just like sell out or just hop all into GME, unless you already have. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I am completely fine. In fact, I wanted to hop on and talk about this instead of, you know, worrying about the madness, because it's really all irrelevant, because we know the stock is going to go all the way up. It's going to set a new all-time high.
all the way up.
And I believe still within my...
I mean, how... wow. You know, it seems to me that people that can talk this much bullshit. I mean, he is just on fire with the bullshit here. You know, it probably transcends beyond this, right? So like Lou, for example, or the ape father. These type of guys, they have, you know, they're strong-willed bullshitters. And they can just spew this stuff. It comes naturally. It comes naturally to him. This guy is a manipulator. Period. You can tell that these people are manipulators. And it's just interesting. It just seems interesting. And yeah, this does seem threatening. I watched a bit of it earlier. That's why I was like, okay, I know I got to talk about this one, because I think that this guy has crossed the line a few times. It seems like he's threatening him, showing a knife. He showed a gun on one video that I talked about another time. He was, you know, playing with his handgun, talking about the ape father. And I'm sorry, that's not cool. I don't know what you're trying to imply or intimate or whatever the fuck is going on here. But this guy, he's unstable. He seems very unstable. He seems dangerous. And, you know, you want to know why I don't show my face or give away my street address? It's because of psychos like this. Because if Joey could get a hold of my address and personal details about me, what would he do? He's come in here 3-4 times, you know, talking shit. So why would I expose myself and become a target? So anyway, yeah, but this is a problem to me. And yes, they fell apart. They're fighting amongst each other. This is exactly what we said would happen last year. We said this would happen. We didn't put a timeline on it because no dates. But we did say, we talked about it. This is going to implode from the inside and from the outside. From the inside, when these guys all turn against each other, because at the end of the day, it's about each one's personal YouTube popularity. That's what it became about. And number two, no honor amongst grifts. Yep. And number two, it's going to implode, explode, whatever. It's going to collapse from the outside as more people realize and wake up and realize that, hey, oh, this was my first time in the stock market. Or, oh, I listened to somebody on the internet. Or, oh, I put my money in something that I didn't verify first or actually look up. Or if I did, I didn't understand what I was reading and I trusted somebody on the internet. So as those two things happen, yes, it's going to be a massive, it's a shit show, but this is what happens.
Time frame is, within the next month or so. By June, July, we'll see. And we're going to make a lot of money, of course. Everybody already knows this, stating the obvious. And so now
when you say things like everybody already knows this and blah, 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 it's just garbage. It's mental diarrhea.
All we have to do is just sit back and wait, let the markets burn, let everything fall apart, and it'll be squeeze. It will become a squeezy, squeezable squozer. Yeah, I wanted to pop on actually and take a sip of this Mountain Dew Flaming Hot, because I've been hearing about this and a lot of other drinks, like these weird funky flavors, and I don't really drink soda anymore. I've been kind of like mostly on water, but I was like, shit, Flaming Hot. I've never tried it.
I don't care about that. Don't care about that. So, how Lynn say, okay, so Tenconative's talking about having a bot from YouTube call my cell, call me by my first name. That's wild. How is he not banned for talking about pinky chopping with his mini hatchet? Odd. Yeah, I don't know. This video just came out today, so maybe if enough people report it, I don't know. I don't know if that does anything or not. Peter Vigna, hi. How are you doing? How do you base an entire channel on something that is a temporary squeeze or no squeeze, where their channel is going to be, when will this end? They could have put this energy into a channel that is useful. And I will piggyback on that and say the apes at large could have put all the energy and attention and time and money, not to mention money, but they could have put all of those resources into learning and trying things out and trying to expand, right? Because once you see, hey, this thing, it's not doing what they're saying it's going to do. Well, that's a good goddamn time, to take a leap of faith, not in buying and holding AMC, but in saying, well, what if I invest in something else? What if I trade something else? I want to learn about this. How does this work? Let me try this. Let me trade, XYZ stock, ETF, commodity, whatever. Millions of opportunities to make money and lose money. So if you're going to lose money anyway, you might as well have some fun, right? And try something new. Lose money a different way. There's plenty of ways to lose money. And, people who have been in the market, who've played around in the stock market, they know this. And they would never just invest in one goddamn stock. They would never do that. Never. So if you suggest something else, they villainize you. That's right. I remember when this first started happening last year with the secondary squeeze plays like BBIG and MRIN and ATER and all those stocks. TTCF. Of course, they're all in the shitter now too. At first, it was kind of like, oh yeah, let's do this because all the blah blah. Then we'll turn around and buy AMC shares with it, and then it happened again, and they're like, oh, obviously the hedgies are putting out this information, to misdirect us off of AMC. And then, yes, and then it became, if you suggest anything else, they villainize you and say you're a shill and a hedgy and whatever else. Everything that I've been called. Learning, blowing up your account 2 times, and you learn from that. You do. You do. So, yeah, I mean, it's a work in progress, but I mean, think about before, you did that, if you blew up your account, before you blew up your account, when you were in that first part of the Dunning-Kruger curve, the carefree ignorance, how you felt about it, did you think that you were going to blow up your account? No. I thought, I'm going to be so fucking rich. I'm going to be so rich. Like the Boss Blunt says, you're going to be so rich. Right? Low knowledge, high confidence. And then, see, the apes haven't gotten down here yet. They haven't gotten to this cultured section yet. They still have the inflated confidence and low knowledge, which is crazy. I mean, it really is. Apes will never admit they're wrong, because doing so would confirm they were dumb enough to get grifted by people on YouTube, scared of being suckered. Right, because that's scary. It is scary to realize, you know what? I was a fucking fool. I was so dumb. But I was talking to somebody at work about this, not in the context of AMC today, but just in a general context. And yes, admitting you're wrong is harder, but that's the only fucking way that you ever go beyond where you're at. Otherwise, you're lying to yourself and to others. Which, okay, you want to lie, pretend you're whatever, okay, go for it. But you cannot kill Michael Myers. You can't cheat the stock market. There's no shortcut, as Peter said earlier. You have to. You can't just say, oh yeah, this is going to be $1 million per share and I'm never going to work again. That's not how it works. Does shit like that happen? Do people strike it big? Well, let's think about who did. Who actually made out in this thing, in this play, in this mania of the last year and a half or whatever it is now. Year and 1 quarter, 5 quarters. Well, Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, Deep Fucking Value, the guy who started this whole thing, basically, he did, because he got the fuck out, because he knows what he's doing. He's not inexperienced. And you could argue whatever. He orchestrated a massive pump and dump, or he is a fucking legend. Whatever you think about him, he sold his shares and his options and profited massively. So, yeah, he did, of course. And I see Trey coming up. Yeah, Trey did. Absolutely. Trey did. And you could basically tell just by his demeanor and what he started talking about in his videos, how his whole thing, his whole persona changed. And he started giving out $10,000 tips randomly. Whether that was real or not, I don't know. But it's outrageous either way. Yeah, let me make a video about giving out $10,000 tips to my channel, which has hundreds of thousands of subscribers who are all down 40, 50, 60, 70 fucking percent. That was a stupid idea. But yes, Trey made a lot of money. I'm sure Matt Kohrs did. If for no other place, Matt Kohrs made it in fucking super chats. He made $500,000 in super chat money. And this was last year. Last fall, we were looking at that. He made $500,000, $50,000 last year in super chats, which is honestly worse. To me, you should have sold, you know, and gotten out. You're taking the money from the market. Nobody cares. It happens every day. Nobody notices. It's not going to affect anybody else. I hold for you, you hold for me. Well, these guys didn't. And guess what? It didn't make a goddamn difference in the movement of the stock. It made no difference whatsoever. No difference. Every ape could have sold out. It probably wouldn't have changed anything. In fact, the stock price might have even gone up. Who knows? This market, who the hell knows? But Matt Kohrs, he made his money from other people in this. He didn't take it from the anonymous, opaque stock market. He took it from his own followers. What in the fuck? I mean, that's it, and it's like a what the fuck on both sides. Matt Kohrs grifted all that money out of his people. Oh, well, anybody can, you know, it's not elite, blah, blah, blah. Oh, they decided to give it. Well, yeah, because he gave them this false hope. He sold fraudulent financial advice. I will not, I won't stop saying that. These guys are frauds. They are frauds. And if the United States were actually interested in democracy and justice and doing the right fucking thing for everybody and not just the goddamn 1%, they would enact a law like Australia recently did. And Lynn, thank you for showing this shit to me a few weeks ago. But we haven't even talked about this on this channel yet. We have not. But Australian SEC recently passed added regulation that cracks down on these fucking YouTubers. Cracks down on these YouTubers, and it makes it illegal. It makes it illegal. So, I think this top video was the one that I watched before. Maybe you know, you can look at that. Maybe I'll just look at the find the regulation. But basically, they made it so ASIC is the Australian Securities SEC, Australian SEC. So, finfluencers, which I haven't really heard anybody use that terminology that much until I started looking into this, but unlicensed finfluencers could face 5 years jail time or fines of more than $1 million if they talk about stocks, investment funds, or financial products. Now, it's not quite that broad. It is, and it doesn't cover crypto, so that's great, you know, good. So Meet Kevin will be okay, or whoever. But yeah, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. It is there. If you look at the actual regulation, which that's what I was trying to find, but it actually came out in May, I guess. But so they make a distinction between financial product advice, dealing by arranging, misleading, or deceptive conduct. Okay, that's the one that caught my eye. So it also centers around whether you need a license, being familiar with the regulations, and doing due diligence on people who are paying them, including non-monetary benefits. So they're very, upfront about that, including those Webull, or the Australian equivalent of whoever has these promotional codes. If a viewer uses that code and you get paid, you just got paid. And if you're talking about stocks and whatever, now you have this fiduciary duty. So yes, that's a non-monetary benefit. And it goes on here. So yeah, I mean, but if we were actually serious about that stuff, I mean, look at Keith Gill was a financial advisor, and he did not disclose that on his channel, which is like a big problem. He also was employed as a financial advisor. His employment contract forbid him from doing what he did. And there was no real ramifications. His employer got fined a couple $1 million, which is nothing to an insurance company. Nothing to an insurance company. So, and he was arguably one of the least toxic ones, because he set it up, it happened, and he got the fuck out. Let's see. What do I see on the chat here? Participants. I'm showing 7 and 8 people watching. He should get shut. I think he should get shut down. I mean, it's not up to me or whatever, but but I don't think that adds anything. I think it's, it's embarrassing, really. I mean, what? I don't know. Never trust someone who opens with, "I'm not a financial advisor," then gives you financial advice. Right. Exactly. It's like, okay, this is not financial advice, but I'm going to proceed to give you financial advice. And it's like a wink, it's not financial advice, wink, wink. And then, okay, now that we got that out of the way, I'm going to tell you what to do. Like, okay, that kind of like, clearly something's not right here, because it is financial advice. People are taking it as financial advice, and people are investing their money based on this advice. 100%. 100%. No question about that. Yes, it's true that you have to click the buy or sell button. Absolutely. But there's a reason why certain industries are regulated. There are reasons. And I've used this example a lot. But if I went downtown and rented an office in a building and, and put out ads that said, Scott Allen Dentistry, discount dentistry. I'm not a dentist. I'm not a dentist, okay? I don't do dental procedures. But wink, wink. That kind of thing. Okay, that's not, you can't do that. Or Scott Allen, Scott Allen, not mental health counselor, but some variation, life coaching, something like that. And I'm dispensing psychotherapy. You can't do that. Now, life coach isn't a great example, because that's not, I don't believe it's regulated. But, you can't do that. You can't do that, and you should not be able to masquerade as a financial advisor on fucking social media, especially when there's clear evidence that you are giving financial advice. People are taking this as financial advice, and people are losing a lot of money. And I would argue that it goes beyond certified proctologist. Al from Butthole. There you go. He's he's the ass man. Seinfeld humor. Shit, lost my train of fucking thought with that one. Proctologist. Not a flamethrower. Not a proctologist. Shit. I don't even know. But yeah, it's... Oh, yeah. So you could argue that it erodes public confidence in the markets because you have set up an unrealistic expectation that's based on, you know, not the facts and ignorance and all that kind of stuff. Now, ayahuasca guide extraordinaire. No, well, that's a I wish I wish, but like I said before, that would change my whole outlook on this thing. I can probably come back on here and be like, guys, AMC's going to the fucking moon. I just took ayahuasca. But because of this unrealistic expectation that is not being fulfilled, of course, right? Of course it's not. The perception is that, and I'm not saying that there's no truth to what I'm about to say next, but I don't want to, I'm just, I'm not saying any of this stuff. I'm talking about it, okay? So you see the difference. But because this thing is not happening, but potentially hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people think it should, expect it to, and believe that it should based on the quote-unquote evidence that they have, which, whatever. It erodes confidence in the public confidence in the markets. And who knows how far beyond the apes it actually goes. The media is not interested anymore, clearly. And in fact, the media, stroked them off last year. The media came out with these, Reddit's changing Wall Street. The Reddit revolution. The ape, whatever it was. Apes have changed Wall Street, or whatever CNBC's thing was. Okay. But you now have all these people who think that the market is completely rigged. It is completely, manipulated to the point where not manipulated in terms of like large buyers and sellers, but manipulated in terms of, okay, these hedge funds, they actually exist. Their stated goal is to knock retail investors out of the market. They actively hunt down retail investors, and that's our enemy. And that whole grift, that whole us versus them, Wall Street versus retail, you can look at it that way, but that's a dumb way to look at it because you'll never beat them. And people know this. This is what all of the classic investing guides, strategies, expert investors, talk about. Identifying the trend, going with the trend, finding momentum, or just investing in good companies, all of the legitimate ways you can play in the stock market. But no, it's this, like 1929 moment. Not as widespread, but the shoe shine boy is giving stock advice, and I'm not the shoe shine boy, and I don't want to give stock advice at all. I have no interest in talking about, guys, man, did you see this one today? And oh boy, everybody should. This would be a good one to look at and stuff. No, because I wouldn't listen to me. I would not listen to me if I talked about that shit, because I don't listen. That's not, So anyway, but this Australian regulation on finance YouTubers, it's interesting. We'll see where it goes. But Gary Gensler has done a lot of fucking talking. He's done a lot of talking. What's changed? What has actually changed? And I'm not even talking about, there's transparency for the hedge funds. Bullshit. There will never be. I don't think there will ever be, and it doesn't fucking matter anyway. Doesn't matter. I don't care what the fucking hedge funds are doing. I do not care. It does not matter. It matters not to me. I don't give a fuck what the hedge funds are doing. I don't care what other retail investors are doing. I just care about what's happening now. What my analysis says will happen tomorrow. What the best way to enact my position and when to fucking get out. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, Manuel. The apes won't contribute to their 401k because the market is rigged, missing tax benefits, matching and compounding. Boom, and that's it. And, if you're long in stocks right now, your fucking retirement, your 401k and all that shit is probably taking a big hit. So, that sucks. But I mean, it's, everything is a cycle. I mean, they know about cycles. It's going to come back up, things will swing back around, and you have to be smart, you have to do it the right way. Don't buy these goddamn dips now. I mean, I can't believe shit I saw on Twitter the other day. I didn't go even touch stock twits because Twitter was enough. Buy the dip, all-time highs coming back in the Qs. I mean, come on. So, wish the apes were introduced to Jim Jones. I'm sure they would have been fighting each other for a taste of that Kool-Aid. Yep. So AMC YouTube grifters treading a legal foggy gray area. Yep. And I still would think it would be awesome to talk to a securities lawyer about this, but I would want it to be somebody who's actually like relevant, not fucking Wes Christian or any of these guys. Dave Lauer, he's not a lawyer, but about the Investment Advisors Act. And that's the regulation that governs financial advisors in our country, and whether it should be changed. What are the changes? Those changes, and that's the kind of shit that Gary Gensler, in my opinion, should be talking about. In addition to other things, how about high frequency trading? Right? It's manipulated, but not how they think. That's a great way to put it, I think. So there's no dip to buy an AMC. It has to go up in order for it to dip. That's true. That is true. Pulse chain is the play. I don't know what that is. I'm not familiar with it. So this guy, this kind of shit, this, flashing a knife, brandishing a knife. I mean, it's not that far off from menacing. It really isn't in my mind. I don't care personally because whatever, but that's, that's not cool. So then, the ape father from 6 hours ago, speaking of high frequency trading, I listened to a good interview with Michael Lewis last night. The interview was done by Terry Gross from the NPR program Fresh Air. It was from a number of years ago, 2014, 15, somewhere around there. And he talks about financial crisis. He talks about, I think the Flash Boys book had just come out, so whenever that was, 2014 or whatever. And he talks about the book. He talks about how that came about, how the IEX guy, I forget his name, Brad something or other, basically discovered that high frequency trading was a thing. And yada, yada, yada. It was a good interview. It was like 45 minutes. Richard Must has a very important announcement. He's gay. That's the announcement. Okay. I don't think this was necessarily the place to do that, but, hey, I appreciate the confidence in thinking that, this channel, this live stream would be a good place to disclose that, you know. But congratulations.
You know, I was just thinking, you know.
So you're not a confident man, so you come to a, you know, a low rent live stream to test the waters. But I'm an AMC ape. Well, you're a gape. You're a gape. That's what you are then, right?
Oh. People like Commander 35 and Lou, they actually they have a lot in common, those two. It's like I remember there was this one video that Commander 35 put out, right, where he starts like pointing to things. He's like, you see that car, you see that car, you see this car, you know. He goes, I own all of them. And then I started thinking of the
Yeah, they are similar. They are similar in that they're manipulators. You know, manipulators, probably, you know, narcissistic qualities. And I'm not a mental health professional, but, you know, I watch a lot of Dr. Grande. So you think, let's see, before I do that, so James says, is really your birthday? Really? I mean, you don't want me to play happy birthday for you on the piano? Okay, so do you think market crash may lead to covering on AMC? Maybe, but there's never, I personally don't really see a situation where all the shorts would ever cover at once, except like insane buying pressure, upward momentum on the stock that would get out of control, you know, in the context of other market events. So, and that's the MOAS depends on that. It depends on all the shorts covering. I mean, unless I'm wrong, but that's the theory, which the reality is you're seeing a turnover of shorts. Every day there are shares returned. And returned shares represents short positions that are being closed. Now, whether they're reestablished immediately or what, we don't know. We don't have that data. It's another thing to talk to Gensler about. It won't change. And I don't even necessarily think it should to the degree that the apes do. But nonetheless, there are shares returned, shares borrowed every day. So that's why it used to be funny, and now it's sad when you see people say they could have covered at $5, they could have covered at $10. That is so fucking ignorant. No. See, that's not, if you think that somebody shorted a stock way back then and it went down to $5 and they didn't cover it, and it went down to $2 and they didn't cover it, and then it went up to like $10 to $12 and they still didn't and blah blah blah, and it went all the way up to 72 and they didn't cover it, and then now it's all the way back down and they still haven't covered it. You don't belong in the market, or you should take a few steps back and you know, and start out with like buying like index funds or something, and like not trying to do like short squeezes and stuff, because that's not how it works. It's just not how it works. And I think more people might be getting that now. I don't know. I've been talking about this for a while, but it's just not, you know, the point is to make money. I think somehow the what you call it, the goal that the apes imagine that the goal of the hedge funds is to bankrupt retail investors, which is ridiculous. Just like the apes think that, you know, they're fighting against the hedge funds and that they're going to beat the hedge funds. That's not even, that's not even, that is, it's just not, that's not your job. It's not really possible normally, you know, and hey, it hasn't really happened since it did last year, because unlike the apes, institutions are about making money, and if shit goes wrong, they have to. So, they have to, because they're investing other OPM, other people's money. So, anyway, I don't know who's kidding or who's not kidding, or what he's even kidding about. But anyway. I don't think that, well, you know, at the end of the day, who knows? But we can look at where the, you know, the evidence is, and there's a lot more evidence for the short thesis being right than the apes like to admit. Because if you had shorted the stock, a couple months ago, even here, we'll just throw it in the middle. Don't even need to go to the top or bottom. Just throw it in the middle of the candle, and that's 54% right there, $16. So now, with put options, you probably would have gotten your ass handed to you in terms of volatility. Did I close? No, I didn't. So let's see if I can get this to come up. Okay. So I was looking at the AMC option chain here, and I was looking at the implied volatility. Holy moly. 5,800%, and over on the puts actually went up to 8,600%. Or 18,000% for the 51 puts. No, and interesting. That's all. Of course, there's no volume on these here, and I would imagine very low volume on those 51 puts, but yeah, none volume. So it doesn't really matter, but I mean, the crazy implied volatility figure. So, bet on long-term plays, mostly because AMC has a tendency to burst upwards and slowly bleed. I don't know if I can believe AMC will go below 13, but there's no way to tell. Well, so one thing, excuse me, one thing that I like to look at here is the volume profile. And if you do that and go back, there's a hell of a lot of volume down here below $13. So let me move it over. So we're out of the, let's see, we'll go year to date. Not year to date, 1 year. Back a little further than 1 year. That'll work. You know, so I mean, in terms of how much volume was done in like the last, and this is going back to like November 2020. And just generally, going back before that, And AMC was in the 20s back in 2015, 16. I think, personally, fundamentally, I don't see it. But, I think 8 is absolutely possible. Absolutely. 100%. I see no reason that it wouldn't be. Hell, $3 is possible. $3 is possible. But yeah, it is a it's a speculative play that has probably run its course. And does that mean it won't go up? No, it doesn't mean it won't go up. It's going to go up and down like stocks do. And see, you think that too many people are holding shares. But you don't know how many people are selling really. And furthermore, you have about, what was it? I actually forget. Last time I looked at it, but 40% of the shares owned by institutions. So people have a tendency to lie about things online. So this is actually up a little bit. But these numbers are old, though. We don't have the numbers. We'll get them in a week or so, I guess. But right here, it's 100 million shares in the top 3 right there. So, no, Bonnie, just a realist. Just somebody looking at the data. I really don't have a bias or opinion either way, or, just looking at what the reality is here. AMC is not owned by the people. AMC is 54% of AMC is owned by the people. So you can't just hold. I mean, Manny, that's a great point. You need volume and more buyers and sellers. That's how the price goes up. The reason that the price is going down is not because of the number of holders or anything. It's because there are more selling. There's more selling than there is buying. So for the price to go up, which is the only thing that would probably cause the type of short squeeze that they're expecting, and that's a whole other issue. The issue of an expectation. Wall Street loves when you expect something. You know what they love to do? They love to make it not happen. And you could say that's manipulation and whatever else, but that's the reality. That's the way it is. That's the way it always has been, and it's the way it will be. So it's just important to understand that, just like the last couple days, everybody thought that after this Fed thing, we'd have this relief rally and whatever. A lot of people thought that. And you did see it on Thursday, Wednesday, but then the whole thing was erased on Thursday. And by Friday, we ended the day essentially unchanged from that, and down just a little bit in NASDAQ. So expectations are funny. They're funny. And it's, what can the SEC do? You have people buying and you have people selling. There are people who can buy and sell a lot more than other people. It's not fair. It will never be fair. And really, it shouldn't, in that sense, it shouldn't be. I mean, because that's not the way that that numbers work. In order for numbers to go up, there has to be addition to it. So, and if you have more, it's the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. It's a variation on the golden rule. He who has more money can do more. That's just the way it is. So, and see, now you're getting into conspiracy theories, which you can't substantiate. There's no evidence for any of that. Trading shares that don't exist. shorts to cover FTD synthetics. There's no evidence for quote-unquote synthetic shares. No evidence has ever been shown for that. FTDs are covered regularly. The numbers go up and down, as you would expect. You see numbers being added to, numbers being subtracted to. So you can't add up this column. You have to look at the FTD change. And when you see a negative number here, that means that those were covered. So, you know, it's really a non-issue. The only reason that it was so big back here was because of the increased retail demand. But that's the way our system works. You know, is it right that they should be able to do that? You know, I don't know. You know, maybe not. But you want to be able to buy shares. This is the way it works. He who has the gun takes the gold. Yeah, because the apes, Richard likes that because the apes like to think of themselves as holding the gun. But, you know that meme of the guy, the sniper behind the guy and the guy from afar? That's what's happening here. You just don't realize it. Yeah, and trending #1, maybe, but AMC is not the #1 stock. I'm sorry. The #1 stock had 26 million shares traded today. That's not #1. And certainly, right, it's not performing #1. So, you know, sentiment only gets you so far. And really, a lot of the times, it actually is works against you, because what is popular is not always what's right, and what is right is not always what's popular, especially in our country. Sadly, in the era of reality TV and, you know, social media, it's, you know, going with the herd is just, you know, you lose more often than not. But yeah, the 100% utilization thing, I don't exactly know, but I mean, I think it's clear that these institutions that hold, you know, these 100 million shares here, these top 3 institutions, I have a couple theories on it. I can't substantiate any of it, but in order for the utilization to be the same, or the same at 100%, see, but Richard, I don't care what you do with your shares. Don't care. You are the last concern of mine, okay? Like, go sell, don't sell, I don't care. You know, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just talking about how these guys, all these guys, are lying and putting out false information. I'm not taking anything that Richard Must is saying seriously. But, you know, if you are selling, yeah, top trending is not correlated to top performing. So, getting back to the utilization, these 100 million shares are owned by institutions. So that's about, if I remember correctly, now I have to go up and look because I don't remember correctly, but Ortex guy, good old Ortex guy will tell us. It's around 100 million shares. Wow, look at that. Ortex estimated short interest is 100 million shares. And we're looking on over here on Fidelity at the top institutional holdings as of last quarter, or fourth quarter of 2021. It's around 100 million shares. So, again, I don't know, but that's a pretty interesting correlation. So, well, I want the other one, I guess. If you look at this percent free float on loan, this goes up and down. This number goes up and down from day to day. Shares on loan goes up and down day to day. Right? So in order for the utilization to be changing, excuse me, it's not the most shorted stock. Certainly not. In order for this to stay at 100, then the loanable float, the amount of shares that are being made available to be lent, has to also be changing. So that's one possible way. So, excuse me, Vanguard, BlackRock, whoever, if a share is returned, then they pull it from lending to basically keep the utilization at 100%. If you have millions of shares, tens of millions of shares, you can do that and actually impact the numbers. But I have no reason to really do much with ortex data except take it with a grain of salt, because I don't know. Ortex has been wrong a lot. Ortex has been wrong, and they have had to correct themselves, and their methods are kind of opaque. We don't really know how it works. We don't know where they get this data from. I mean, specifically, beyond that, it comes from the people who lend out the shares, not the people who borrow the shares. So it's the brokerages and such, the prime brokerages, whoever's lending the shares. They are the ones who report it, not the hedge funds that loan them. That's a common misconception that even the Ortex guy himself repeats, even now. Self-reported, that's not what that means. It doesn't mean that the hedge funds are reporting it. It means it's reported by the people who loan the shares. It says that right on Ortex, but anyway, digressing again. I also think that the return share figures and such are probably not accurate. And I don't think that it's probably the best method to just use this as a proxy for shorting and covering. That's what they're basically, that's the way they do it. Return shares is covered, borrowed shares is new shorts. That's essentially how they do it. But it's not really the same thing. And there's other tricks that can be done too. Like if BlackRock has lent out 174,000 shares to somebody, a hedge fund, and that hedge fund short sells and then covers, those shares can be transferred to another hedge fund to short without being returned first, because BlackRock is the one who lent them out. So they can do a transfer bypassing the return process. So then those shares will basically be shorted again by somebody else. But because if they're returned, they have to go through a T+2 settlement period. If they're not returned and used again, I don't think that they do. Or they'll be, instead of being returned to the lender after that settlement period, they'll just be transferred to that next shorting party. So I've read about this. It is possible. They can and do it. So that's another thing. So that's why I think that on some of those days, especially low volume days, which we've had a lot of in AMC, that well, doesn't say the dollar amount change here, but there were some days where clearly there were short covering. I mean, you can't see it in that type of table anyway, because you would be looking at like the high. You need to look at the change during the day. You need to look for those long strings of green candles that indicate short covering. which happens a lot, more than the apes probably want to realize. But what do you think this is? You know, what this kind of stuff? Or this? And this was Wednesday, right? This was Wednesday. You think this is people actually buying? This is clearly, this is short covering. This here, this rally, that's short covering. And it happened across the whole market too. So that's another way you can correlate it across the broader market. These quick moves up, and that's not really even that much. I mean, that's only 50 cents, 60 cents, not even that much, not even that big of a jump. You see it more dramatically in other stocks now, but anyway, that's more than, if you were to look at the actual volume data on this, let's see, what, 100,000, another 100,000, 3, 4, 5, 6. This may be about 1 million shares in here. I guarantee that the Ortex data probably didn't show that. Probably showed less than that. And then today, which would actually be, I believe would reflect Wednesday because it's T+2 on this. 174,000. Yeah, no, I don't think so. AMC runs with GME, which is having stock dividend split soon, which will show any synthetics, and the low price will be enticing to buy. Well, I don't know if it will show synthetics. And really, the dividend is not really as written in stone as people want to think. Everybody just heard dividend and ran with it. But unless you know the terms of the dividend, like 3 for 1, 5 for 1, 20 for 1, you know, it's not really as concrete as people want to think. So you need to know the terms of it. That means that you're definitely having a dividend, and it's going to be approved. Which, yeah, maybe there will be, but I don't think it will show synthetics. I don't think it will. I don't think that the process will necessitate that, something that would show synthetics. And even if it did, I don't think it would show synthetics. I mean, what people need to realize is that, and this is, I've been trying to think of a way to explain this. The concept is more clear in my head than I can express it with words. I need, maybe I should, no, I don't want to get copyright. I don't want to get copyright violations, but the float is different from, it's not a one-to-one correlation with the economic exposure to the float. And I have to figure out a better way to phrase this and explain it. But essentially, if you think about money, it's the same thing. There is a finite amount of money out there. But there is more money in total spent and changing hands and paid out and received and all that. There's more money flow. The total amount of all money flow is more per period, whatever period you want to look at, is more, can be more, depending on what period you're looking at, than the total amount of money that exists. And it's the same thing with a stock float. It's the same thing with a stock float, because stocks are lent, borrowed, returned, bought, sold. So it's not one-to-one. I don't know how, to explain that. I have to figure out a better analogy. I think money is a good analogy, but it's also pretty abstract. Maybe we could do a demonstration with gumdrops or something. But, you know, it's, in other words, there is more economic exposure to AMC shares than exist AMC shares. And that's normal, and that's the way it is. So owning, quote unquote, owning the float, you know, well, I mean, 54% is not really owning the float. It's owning about half the float, which really doesn't mean too much, because that means the other half of it is trading around out there, right? So if you give away half of your money, you know, you only have half of it left. Amazing, I know, but now that money, yeah. So other thing is that when a stock is shorted, and I think kind of might have mentioned this before, but you know, those shares essentially temporarily increase the exposure to the stock. So if I own 10 shares of a stock and they're in my account and they get lent out for somebody to short them, I still own them. So if the stock goes up or down, that's reflected in my account still, right? So I have exposure to the stock. Now a short seller has exposure to the stock because they have borrowed them and sold them to somebody else. And we'll get to that third person, but the short seller has a negative exposure to the stock. So, you know, it goes up, I make money. It goes down, they make money. I lose money. They sold it to somebody else. Tanko, cool. That's Tanko native. Wow, okay. Thank you. All right. They sold it to somebody else. So that person, the third person, now has exposure. They have a positive exposure. So if the stock goes up, they make money. So the weird thing here is, take the short seller, ignore him for a minute, or her. I have a long position based on my shares, my 10 shares. And the person the short seller sold the shares to, they have a long exposure to my shares or share. We both have exposure to it, but there's only one share or 10 shares. There's only 10 shares. I have 10 shares, but this other person also has 10 shares. Those are my shares, but we both make money if the stock goes up or down. This is an example of the exposure, economic exposure of the float not being a one-to-one correlation with the float. And this is critical. And it's not something that I've really heard anybody talk about. But it's just assumed. It's one-to-one. If we own the float, that's it. They can't do anything. No, they can't. They can. It doesn't trap them to own half the float. So, you know, this is something that is, it's a detail. It's not something you're going to read about on Investopedia when you read about short selling, or on Wikipedia, probably, for that matter. But that's the way it works. And there's probably a name for that type of, for that. I don't know what it is. I want to say maybe it's even like something to do with fungibility, but I don't know. I'm not an expert, but you know, I've spent the time looking into things because, you know, there's a lot of misinformation. But you know, I don't even know if that person is even still listening, but that's the best I could do for now. But yeah, that 100% utilization, and it could be bullshit too. Could be total nonsense. I mean, Ortex was founded by a Wall Street insider. Forget his Peter Hillerberg or something. He was a former like hedge fund manager. or some type of, Wall Street thing. I don't like Wall Street as much as the apes don't like Wall Street. I think they're a bunch of, crooked. I think, clearly it's fucked up, but is it illegal? Probably not. High frequency trading, not illegal. Off exchange execution, not illegal. So you have to kind of just put things in perspective, and it doesn't really affect your ability to make money a lot of the time. Now, you don't get me started on volatility. The volatility function of option pricing, and the ability of market makers to manipulate the option prices, that's a whole other subject, an infuriating subject, but that's not really relevant here. But, just look at this. Short interest at 19, short interest holding 19, short interest at 19, short interest at 19, 19. Moving through 19. No. Rising at 19, holding 19, hit 19, leaning on 19, tapping on 19. I like that. Tapping, light taps, like Trey says. Almost to 19. Okay, seems like it's 19. It's 19. And yeah, it's about making money. And no, why are retail orders going through dark pools? It's supposed to be for large institution orders. Well, that's one type of quote-unquote dark pool. Dark pool really just refers to the fact that you can't see the order book. So let me back up. Why are retail orders going through the dark pool? Going through dark pools? Or better way to think of it is off exchange. Why? Because you're using, and this is very important, because you're using a brokerage that accepts payment for order flow. That's why. Because you're using a brokerage that accepts payment for order flow. So they get paid to let Citadel or any of the other dozen market makers that do this, the brokerage, Robinhood gets paid, Webull gets paid, TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, Schwab, they all do, pretty much. That's why you can trade for free. But exactly, Chris. So instead of you paying the brokerage to do your trade, the market maker says, well, you know what? Give us those trades, give us those shares, we'll execute them, we'll give you the best price. They legally have to give you the national best bidder offer or better. They legally do. And they do. And we'll give you a kickback. We'll execute it somewhere in the middle of the spread, and we'll give you a cut of that. And the brokerage is like, all right, cool, because we can now turn around and tell our customers, hey, 0 commission. And it's true, 0 commission. No fees. And that's true, no fees. Now, do you pay for it? Yes, because you don't get necessarily, you may not get as good of a price as you would somewhere else, but you're at least getting the bid or offer. The bid or the ask. If you're buying, you would at least have the ask price, maybe a little lower. If you're selling, you know you can sell it for the bid price or maybe a little higher. But, it doesn't really matter. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all where it's executed. It doesn't. Because what matters is the price. This is the thing I wish that anybody would talk about. These guys have hyped the dark pool, Trey, short the VIX, all of them. They've hyped the dark pool and corrupted people's conceptions of what this actually means and how the market actually moves. What moves the market is the price. So if you come in, you know, and with a large sell order, what's it going to do? If you come in with a large buy order, what's it going to do? What's your limit price? Are you trying to sell it for way more than the price currently is? Are you trying to buy it for way less than the price currently is? Or are you trying to sell it for the price for way lower than what it is? Or are you trying to buy it for, are you willing to buy it for way higher than it is? Those things matter. That's what moves the market. Not whether it's dark or lit. It's the same effect. If you buy 10,000 shares on a lit exchange versus buying 10,000 shares on a quote unquote dark pool or off exchange with a off exchange market maker, and you buy 10,000 shares at the ask price, it will show up exactly the same in the tape, in the time and sales. It makes no difference to that. It's still reported. Everything's the same. The only thing that's different, the only thing that's dark, is that let's say that you are trying to sell 10,000 shares at a price that's higher than the price currently is. The price is currently $100. You want to sell it at $120. So you put in an order, a limit order for $120 at 10,000 shares. 10,000 shares at $120. If it's done off exchange, the only difference is if I go to the level 2 order book and look at $120, it will not show my shares. My order won't be displayed. But it's not even an order that's going to be executed yet because the price has to, you know, go. I'm trying to sell it or buy it, whatever I said. Either way, it's not going to be shown in the order book. So that's the dark part. The FUD about, oh, it doesn't, dark pool trades don't affect the price. That could not be more incorrect. That's not true. Not true. And people are talking in chat there about how large orders, dark pools necessary, giving privacy, and it would be manipulative of price. Common accusation is that they would withhold orders in an effort to manipulate price discovery, but the regulations state otherwise. So, you know, of course, that doesn't mean anything. Everybody, the regulations state you can't drive over the speed limit, but everybody does. Okay, I get that. But, you know, you're talking about, I mean, you can see your print on the time and sales. You can see the time. You can see it on your trade confirmation documents, when you submitted it, when it was filled, all that stuff. So it's there. And now, in an effort to manipulate price discovery, I mean, I think they have. I think it's 60 seconds they have to report the trade. It gets confusing when you start looking into all those FINRA regulations, because FINRA is the body that oversees that trade reporting and all that shit. Not necessarily the SEC directly. But we get pulled over for driving 60 in a 65. Yeah, that will kind of, you know, that's, well, I've never heard of that, I have to say. Usually the one that gets people is stopping at a green light, you know. But yeah, I mean, the dark pool thing, and it's you know, you don't hear anybody talk about this really anymore. It's one of these things that goes, that went through the cycle of snake oil, and I don't think people talk about it anymore because it's like peak saturation of dark pool, like hype. Like if you believe that the dark pool is suppressing the price for some reason, then you don't need to be told that anymore. And if you don't think that it's an issue, or you know the reality of it, then you don't care. So I think it's probably peak dark pool, hype at this point. But the problem is everybody's already been misled about it. See, this is another thing about these goddamn influencers, is that they have poisoned people's minds. They have completely misinformed and uneducated people about all this shit, because they don't know. How many of these people on YouTube they just look at Reddit posts, from AMC stock. That's all they do. A lot of them do. And Reddit, I'm sorry, not a great resource for this. For other things, sure, yes, I love it. I love it. How about catastrophic failure, or kids are fucking stupid, or convenient cop, or malicious compliance. This is what Reddit to me, is well, look at this. This is great. When would you see this? I've never seen this before. This bridge collapsed in 2013. Amazing, But, in terms of like learning about the stock market and stuff, and like, how's my technical analysis looking? What is this what is this? Why not here? So you got this down, up, way up, down, way up. What about here? Why not here? TA is of limited use anyway, I believe. But it's TA is psychological. It's self-fulfilling in many ways. That's not to say that there's no validity to price levels and previous prices and, volume and those things. But even then, the reason that it is, relevant a lot of times is because it's being, looked at on that level. So it's a weird catch-22, thing. But when I remember how many FTDs are out there, when we know how many are out there, like, it's just like, there's currently 244,000. That's the number, not the additive sum of all these numbers, just this number right here. That's what currently exists. It's another thing that was completely misrepresented. Talk about a pattern. That's a pattern. And, and let me just say this back about the dark pool. If these 2,500, these are orders. These are orders here. If these shares were sent in on a payment for order flow brokerage, as an example, and they went to the market and they got filled at the mid price between the bid and ask price, then they're not going to affect the price. But it doesn't matter if it's on, it doesn't matter if that's on a payment for order flow or if it is going straight to an exchange. So like I said, it doesn't matter where it's executed, it matters what the price is that it's executed at. If the price is, if you're paying top dollar, this is a way to think about it. If you're paying top dollar for that share, you're going to add buying pressure. If you're paying bottom dollar, if you're trying to get the best deal you can get, then you're not going to have buying pressure. So it makes sense because the stock market is an auction. at the end of the day, it's an auction. Stock price is on a pattern controlled algorithm. I don't think so. I don't think so. That would mean that there has to be a central figure that's controlling it, which I don't think there is. I don't think there is. Yeah, dark pool was a totally butchered and bastardized phrase. I don't like it at all. That's why I say off exchange. It's much more relevant and descriptive. It means something. Dark pool is a fear-mongering term. That's what it is. It's a fear-mongering term. And it's easy to spin something that says dark, you know, like, oh, the dark's no, it's not. It's very, very poorly named. I don't know why they would do that, but who knows why anybody does anything, especially on Wall Street. But all in all, though, if we don't like the price, we don't like the price action of something. There's a reason why that's happening, and maybe a lot of trading is pattern controlled algorithms or algorithmic trading. But behind that, there's a lot of money available to trade with, and that's the thing. So if you have a lot of money to throw around, guess what? You can buy a Ferrari. If you don't have a lot of money to throw around, then you can buy a Ford Focus. It's the same thing. If you have a lot of money to throw around, you can buy or short sell a lot of shares. If you don't, then you can't. And that seems to be the underlying issue here, is that you have a lot of individual investors who, have been led to believe that they are acting as some kind of unit together, and that they can compound their money in that way, and it will have the effect, it will simulate an institution. We're one big institution. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. It's not, because individual retails have bought, nibbled here and there. They've paid mid prices. They've not added, they bought 1, 2, half a share, low amounts. That's another problem. So, one share is not going to affect the price, even if you pay the ask price, even if you pay over the ask price. Because there are thousands of transactions happening at every second. So, and you think that nobody's selling, but, the data begs to differ about that. So, snakes turning into palm trees on a bad ayahuasca trip. Oh, yikes. I'll have what she's having. But, no such thing as synthetic shares and a bad ayahuasca trip. I don't know about the bad ayahuasca trip thing. I've heard some stories, but I don't know. But, yeah, nobody has been able to actually demonstrate what a synthetic share is. And any type of... honestly, I'm not even sure that I've heard anybody actually even try, other than it's the FTDs or it's naked shorting or whatever. But that's all. It's just all flimsy speculation. Market makers don't short. That's another big thing. Market makers are neutral. They are neutral. They are not in the business of making profit off of a stock going up or down. That's not what they're there for. They're there to facilitate the market, to make the market, to sell you something if you want to buy it, or to buy something from you if you want to sell it. And they will. At the bid price or the ask price, they legally have to, and they will every time. So, you know, market maker, you know, Citadel, we don't even have any evidence that they are. You know, we never have evidence of who's shorting what, but there always has to be a boogeyman. Always, always, always has to be. So, is Citadel a market maker and a hedge fund? No. Well, yes, but not the same entity. So, you know, yes, they have a market maker. Yes, they have a hedge fund. But those, you know, they're not the same entity, really. It's not like the hedge fund calls up the market maker and says, you know, we're trying to short this thing, so can you work with us on that? No, it's not how it works. It's not how it works. They're separate entities. They operate in totally different realms. A hedge fund serves a purpose. The market maker serves a purpose, but market makers exist for retail investing. So yeah, I know that's something that also, you know, really Citadel, Ken Griffin, as smart as he is, should not have named his hedge fund and the market maker business the same thing. They should be separate names, because that has given rise to a lot of, you know, that speculation. Well, you know, Citadel's doing both. Well, I guess technically they're both called Citadel, but they're different entities. They're different LLCs. They're different corporate entities at the end of the day. But that's a good question, because they are, you know, both. They do both. But, you know, it's like Berkshire Hathaway. You know, I don't even know how many companies Berkshire Hathaway owns. You know, they used to own the vacuum cleaner, Kirby brand of vacuum cleaners. And they started out owning a textile factory and insurance companies and everything in between. They're all owned by Berkshire Hathaway. That doesn't mean, and they don't have the textile company anymore. I don't even think they have no, I think they do have the vacuum cleaner company now, still. I mean, but, you know, it's just like, does the vacuum cleaner company have anything to do with the insurance company other than sharing a common owner? So it's kind of like that. But, you know, do we know what goes on behind closed doors? No, we don't. But, you know, there are regulations there, you know, it's not, it just seems like it just seems like it, you know, it's easy to say, oh, it's all bullshit. And you know, I say that kind of stuff too sometimes, when I'm losing money. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'm mad at myself for making a dumb decision, and I'm you know, spouting off about it. At the end of the day, it's your responsibility. It's my responsibility as an investor, trader, whatever, market participant. But, you know, I don't necessarily think that Citadel is evil. You know, that's unpopular opinion. But, I mean, I have very conflicted, mixed feelings about that whole thing. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't pay commission on trading, and, you know, the prices that everything that you know, the execution prices are guaranteed. And Elon Musk said he's going to buy Coke next and put the cocaine back in. And I heard somebody at work today was talking about Elon Musk buying Instagram. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I actually wish he would buy Instagram, because then maybe actually, you know, he'll get over leveraged and Tesla will actually return to a earthly evaluation, valuation that's closer to Earth. because it's still massively overpriced, but I have all the unpopular opinions. If payment for order flow, Gensler said that he thinks that there's maybe a conflict of interest. It probably is, but obviously he doesn't really think that or he can't think that because of, the way Wall Street is. I don't think it's going to go away, and I don't really think it matters that much anyway, because, you can be profitable. It's all about buying and selling the right thing at the right time. And unfortunately, there are way more wrong opportunities than there are right opportunities, and they're much easier to find, the wrong ones. But that's why, if it was that easy, every pauper would be a king, to quote Senator Clay Davis from The Wire. If it were that easy, every pauper would be a king. It's not. But, especially trading. Excuse me. So, yeah, anyway, went off on tangent there, whatever, but dark pools are under investigation. Okay, great. Just like the transparency regulations, or this or that. Oh, short sellers are under investigation. Okay, good. Has nothing to do with AMC. Doesn't necessarily have anything to do with AMC. Oh, member of the House of Representatives is talking shit about Gary Gensler in the SEC. Oh, great. So, House of Representatives, one of the most dysfunctional institutions that we have, which, to be honest though, a lot of them are. Elon also said he was going to buy McDonald's and fix all the milkshake machines, but he also acknowledges he is not a miracle worker. That's putting it lightly. And I love this too, people bitching about Webull. Normal glitches in the after hours. Yeah, okay, but that's not the price. What is it supposed to be? 13? I don't even know. Who knows? But yeah, because Webull is a shit broker. Put bluntly. And I know there are people here who use it, and I have an account there. But anytime I trade options on that piece of shit, I'd lose. Oh, it's almost just guaranteed because I'm going to lose money. But, so I don't even do it. There's no reason to. Because I know they're shit. I know they're a piece of shit. So, Yep, I'm miserable. AMC must be close to ripping. How long have you been telling yourself that, Joey? Be honest with us. How long have you fucking been telling yourself that? Oh, it's close. I'm close. Oh God, I'm close. Oh. Joey, go fuck yourself. Piece of shit. AMC is not close to ripping. You're not going to be rich. Let's see, what else? I don't know. Since 550? Oh boy. How that, easily be said that that's miserable. That dude is miserable. Imagine sitting there with a stock at 550, watching it go up to 72, and a year later, coming into my little live stream, which is one of the few places on YouTube that doesn't talk this delusional bullshit, coming in here bragging about buying at 550 and hyping that it's 3 times the price now. You don't give a fuck about 3 times the price. Who cares? You want 300 times the price. You want 3,000 times the price. But price doesn't matter to you. Doesn't matter. But I say, that's miserable. That's miserable. But, you know, hey, I don't care. That's the least shit that I care about. Will you delete this channel when AMC rips? Yeah, sure. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will. Am I new to YouTube? No. No, but you're new to my channel, I guess, so. No, Joey, there will always be shit to talk about because there will always be people spouting misinformation to uninformed investors like yourself who will buy into this shit. So, you know, whenever there is no grifter talking about a dumbass stock, then, you know, I'll stop doing it. But no, there's, OBV. There you go. Uninformed investor. OBV doesn't tell you what you think it does, my friend. Go watch a video. I did a video on that. I did a video on this very subject because I saw on Reddit that everybody and their mother, literally their mother, has been hyping OBV. This was months ago. I did this. So, yeah, no, OBV doesn't tell you who's still holding the stock. It's not what it's for. And the OBV follows exactly what you would expect it to. When the price goes up, it goes up. When the price goes down, it goes down. Nothing burger there. Nothing to see. Yeah, right. It's funny how how you guys all think that it does, though. I have to say, it is pretty funny that you bought that lie. Hilarious. Okay, let's see. Oh my God. What happened to Virgil? Goldman Sachs caught naked shorting. No, Joey, you should be the comedian. You should. Just go in and start talking about buying at 550 and holding through 72, and now how it's 3 times the price. You will get laughs. Because the odds are that there are very few apes in that audience, based on everything I've seen about people going into public places screaming about AMC. It's hilarious because TMI thought that, if he got the waitress at BW3 to shout about AMC, that people would pay attention, and they totally didn't give a fuck. And she was so embarrassed. I felt bad for her, but whatever. You work in retail, whatever, or food service, restaurant, stupid shit happens like that. Or the ape father yelling it in the AMC theater last October. Nobody cared. But there was probably not even an single AMC stockholder there. Because if I had been there and I were an AMC stockholder, I would have been like, yeah, fuck Michael Myers. You can't kill him. AMC, woohoo, to the moon. I would have done that. Nobody did. Point is here, yeah. The shit that you're saying is all nonsensical. Nothing. Captain's log.
Hey guys. All content discussed in this channel is due diligence gathered with aim at better understanding the nature of the current market in anticipation of the greatest squeeze in financial history.
Wow, imagine being that full of yourself in anticipation of the greatest squeeze. Imagine being that confident about a massive squeeze, greatest squeeze in the history of finance, but you can't even talk with your own voice. You literally write out the script every time. And when people, say, hey, why don't you use your voice? Why don't you use your voice? You do it once and people say, no, go back to the robot. Go back to the robot. We like that better. Holy shit. I mean, this is a grifter.
Let's dive in
the form of a robot. Oh my God. Like, it's ridiculous. I wish to God I still had the video that I did last year where I used text-to-speech, but I don't. Sadly, I have scoured that fucking hard drive in all of the free space or the, deleted files, but I don't have it. It's not there. That's the one video from my old channel that I wanted to repost. And it's, whatever, it's gone. I just have the memory. But it was fun. It was fun last summer.
About the morning vid I released towards the last segment of this video. Today we saw markets continue to recoil after an extremely volatile week. With inflation at 8.5% year.
I was actually quoting Ace Ventura, but you're right. But I was thinking Ace Ventura in my head.
Over year and the Fed announcing a 50 basis point interest rate, even the most experienced investors were caught off guard. The whole notion that any of these changes are somehow priced in or already embedded in prices is ridiculous, and this week was further proof of that. If you have been trading for some time, you will know that there has been a notion that the Fed is here to help out companies and individuals during turbulent times. That they are supposed to lead the way and ensure the economy runs smoothly, and though that may be true on paper to some degree, the Fed is not your friend. Let me explain this a bit more. The fall that we saw in the markets this week wasn't just because the economy was bad. The economy has been crap for years now. The one and sole variable that has changed and thrown everything upside down is the eroding trust by investors in the Fed's ability to effectively turn things back. What we are seeing is a huge shift in investor confidence in the ability for the Fed and the government to take the reins of the current situation.
Is he talking about institutions or individual investors? I'm going to say he's talking about institutions because they're the ones who move the market. But I don't care about all this financial or macro shit right now. I know all this stuff. We know this. But see, there's nothing else to talk about. Nothing else for anybody to talk about except how the market crash is going to cause AMC to squeeze.
Or on their sleeping mattress, and that is
all of a sudden negative beta is going to come in.
Real reason why we fell this week. We will talk about what is to come next week on Sunday. Today, all three benchmarks ended red. We saw an article from Wall Street on Parade Report that Goldman Sachs says its dark pools are under investigation along with everything else the firm does. This was making big rounds everywhere, but based on my reading of the document, there is nothing worthy of attention. At the very worst, Goldman Sachs will get punished with a tiny fine and a little slap on the wrist. They will sign a document with the SEC and Department of Justice whereby agreement to pay the fine. They will not proclaim themselves as being guilty of any charge, and because of this, they will get to actually use that fine as a write-off on their own taxes. It's a win-win for them, and that is the worst scenario. To me, this article shows nothing but regulators barking loud to give the appearance that they are doing something to combat the criminal element of Wall Street.
Criminal? Okay, whatever. But I mean, you could say this about so many institutions in this country. I mentioned, Congress before. They're under the control of lobbyists, lawyers, lobbyists, special interests, all that shit. So that they're not honest. They're not acting with honest intentions. Same with the SEC, any regulatory agency, oversight agency. I mean, this is the boiled down. I think the ape's gripe at the end of the day is with the capitalist system. Which, hey, I'm a major critic of a lot of this shit. But I'm not naive enough to think that I can participate in the system and somehow change it. In other words, oh, I'm going to buy and hold one stock, and that's going to change Wall Street. They're going to get the message. They're going to change, because nobody's ever bought and held stocks before. You know, no. But I digress. Unethical, Tanko says, unethical, yes. Criminal, no. Not criminal because it's not against the law. And that's probably a good distinction. These are federal regulations, guidelines, FINRA guidelines and stuff like that. They're not law specifically. They're the, rules, federal rules that govern. That's what they are. They're federal rules that govern, the equity markets and whatnot. But it's not against the law. Nobody's going to go to jail, right? Not to mention it's an institution. So, yeah, they love to throw around criminal, all that stuff. And Bonnie says, talking about Robinhood stock not doing well, risk of shutting down. Probably not. I don't think so, but I didn't see their stock this week. I know it was down, but I mean, everything's down though, so yeah, it's pretty, I mean, it's, yep. Not good. Not good. Not good. But getting back to what I was saying. The apes, a big part of this is, the corruption, quote unquote crime, secret ingredient is crime, blah, blah, blah. Okay, there's obviously everything is not as it seems, in our society, in our world, in our government, in our whatever. And would it be nice for there to be a, fair system, fair society? Everybody, has a fair everything, whatever. Yeah, but it's not how it is, especially under this system, a capitalist system, capitalism, where the stated goal, the one and only goal, is to amass as much capital, wealth, money as you can personally in a cutthroat manner at the expense of others. That's what it is. And, there are other ways of doing it. Whether they're better or worse, not the discussion I'm having. But the point just is that, you hear a lot of this. We want to change the system. We want to make it more fair. It's not going to ever be fair in the way that they talk about that they want. It's just not, because we are peanuts in this system. We are pawns. We are the low. We are the bottom of the barrel. Because in capitalism, it's the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. So, I don't see that, really being much of a thing. But anyway, the gripe being with, capitalism itself, which is ironic and hypocritical, I think, in a way too, because we want to get rich. We think we should get rich with minimal effort, with minimal time, with minimal work. And you over there should be the one to pay me, because I disapprove of what you've done, which is getting a lot of money with minimal work and minimal effort. It's hypocritical, and it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Don't forget the gun, right? Archegos affecting our markets? Maybe, I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. Really? I'm not going to trade based off of that. You know, yeah, I don't know. Don't forget the gun. AMC will be at $10 soon. I'm surprised it didn't hit 12 today, to be honest. I thought it was going to go lower than it did with everything. But it's the NASDAQ, of course, that took the major hit. And it ain't on there. It ain't on there. So, yeah. All right. So he's talking about that here. What else we got? He's going to talk about the reverse repo, I bet. He's going to talk about reverse repos as if it has anything to do with it.
Let's now talk about today. The Fed submitted over $1.6 trillion in reverse repo operations today. Dark pool trades for AMC.
What is the purpose of that information? And I don't know, and I don't think he knows, but the effective purpose is, in my opinion, they call it the law of large numbers, large number theory. Let me throw out a number that is so big that you can't possibly conceive of it. It has an emotional impact. It's a manipulation technique, essentially. Let me talk about this $1.8 trillion that is so abstract and exists, conceptually is hard to even conceive of. It serves no purpose except to create hype and FUD. And Bonnie, the market should be fair and honest to all. But what does that mean? It is fair and honest. You can invest your money in whatever you want. You can. And sometimes you pick the right thing, and sometimes you don't. That's fair. That's fairness. If everybody won, would anybody win? Someone has to lose, unfortunately, in this system, capitalism. And that's what we have, and that's the way it is. Now, I'm not saying that it's perfect. And there's certainly a lot of things that are, maybe unknowns, or we don't know, or there's no transparency here, and this and that. But at the end of the day, the system works. It does work. And it's not, I don't think it is obviously insanely out of whack in terms of being fair and honest. Now, at any given point in time, you could look at a stock price and say, well, why did it go up way up? Or why did it go way down? But you can't be focused on that, really, because it is going to go up and down. That's just the nature of how it works. But, at the end of the day, it's like, okay, does this make sense-ish? Roughly in the context of, okay, here's an example. Should Tesla be a $1,200 stock? No, in my opinion, and not just my opinion. If Tesla went up to $2,000 and stayed there, that might be an issue. But it went up to $1,200 and then came back down. So the market being fair or not, the market really isn't. There is no market, and there's just people buying and selling who have an idea of what they think something should be. Prices are just opinions, really, and you act on that by putting your money where your mouth is, so to speak. But the market being fair, well, there's always going to be somebody with more money than you. and that's not fair, and it will never be fair. And that's life. You know, there's somebody out there who's got more money than me and can outbid me on something I want to buy on eBay. You know, and that sucked. It sucks. But what am I going to do? He has more money than I do. I have more money than somebody else does. And you just work it out. But that's what it is. It's a big eBay auction, you know. And you know, it's probably actually more transparent than an eBay auction, because you can actually see every bid, every price, every transaction, and you know, you don't necessarily know who it is, but you don't need to know who it is. It doesn't matter. Just the price. So that's why, you know, I'm trying to like rationalize, okay, what do people mean by fair and honest? And I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that means. To be honest, in this context, I don't know, because what would that mean? What would it mean to be fair and honest? Beyond the fact that you can buy and sell anything you want. The trick is always buying the right thing at the right time. And that's not an issue of fair and honesty. It would be an issue if you tried to buy something and you couldn't, or if you tried to sell something and you couldn't. And that's why we have the regulation, you know, the national best bid and offer, to ensure that you can always sell or buy at these certain prices, benchmark prices. And that's, you know, pretty decent. So I'm not trying to defend anything. I'm just trying to, you know, explain it as I understand it. And, you know, after spending an embarrassing amount of time in Joey's eyes, and Tanko, that's what I've been dancing around. That point right there. Fair and honest means when the person wins, when he wants to win. And, you know, that's, I think, what it comes down to for a lot of this is like, hey, I was told I was told that I could have my stapler back. I was told that this would happen, and I got all geeked up, and I put a lot of money into it, and it didn't happen, so it's unfair. But that's not true. That's false. That's a falsehood. Like, that's like saying, oh, I went out and I bought new cleats and a new bat and a new glove, and my team still lost. My baseball team still lost. Well, tough titties, honestly. You know, yeah, you win some, you lose some. And hopefully you learn from the losers. Hopefully you learn from the ones you lost. But what is the point of this reverse repo? It's just to get people fired up about how much corruption there is, how much, you know, money they're stealing.
$1 trillion
in my opinion.
Reverse repo operations today. Dark pool trades for AMC accounted for 47% of the total volume today, while dark pool trades for GameStop accounted 52%.
So what's the purpose of saying this information? What does that mean? Who cares? So the answer is, don't use a payment for order flow brokerage. And that killed off the viewers. That's good, because I'm trying to wind this down because I'm getting tired. Been up since 5 o'clock and it's almost midnight. 5 a.m.
2% of the total volume today. AMC had a bearish performance, losing over 6% for the day.
I don't care about this play-by-play. I mean, that's the point. Is we're getting to, you know, it's like they're not even saying anything anymore. They're not even trying, and it's pretty boring actually. But so, what about? Okay, is there anything new? Okay, let's watch this. The Ape Father talk about Lou and the Commander 35 both being psychos, which I agree with. If that's what he says, I'm going to agree with that. I'm going to have to agree.
He's like, you see that car, you see that car, you see this car. You know, he goes, I own all of them. And then I started thinking of this other video Commander 35 made, where it's like he shows his AMC shares, but there's
okay,
no
Tanko.
name, you know, just it's.
And thanks for correcting me on your name. That's a lot easier to say, Tanko. So yeah, we'll catch you soon, and I appreciate your videos as well. So I hope you keep those coming.
Just like, you know, like I'll give you an example. Okay, I'll give you an example. A buddy of mine in Connecticut, he is very, very successful. I mean, this dude is like big time. I think he has, I'm not even, let's just put it to this way. When I spoke to this guy a year ago, he had 30,000 shares of AMC. Today, I wouldn't be surprised if he had over 50,000, okay, shares of AMC. The guy is like a monster. Now, I could do the same thing Commander 35 does. You understand? Like, see, you know what's stupid about me? I'm going to tell you what's stupid about me. I actually have these opportunities because I know these people. They're my friends. You know what I mean? I could drive up to Connecticut. Let me tell you what I could do. I could make a video, and I won't show the name like Commander 35. He doesn't show his name, and I could show you 50,000 shares of AMC, and then what I would say, I own it. That this is my account. And you know what's crazy? Everybody would believe it. Everybody. It wouldn't matter that they don't see my name. They'll be like, man, A Father is the man. Okay, but see, I don't do things like that. I'm real. I tell it the way it is. Okay, I'm basically very close now to my 3,500 shares. I'm only like 10 shares away. I'm very close to getting back to where I originally was. Now I want to surpass it. And I'm doing really good with GameStop. I'm 51 shares about. So, because I bought one share today of GameStop. I actually did.
I think that he's funny because he just doesn't care. He's just like, oh, yeah, I'm doing pretty well with GameStop. I have 51 shares now. I just bought one share today. Yeah. Like, he just doesn't give a fuck. He's just having fun with this shit. I think. I don't know. But I just heard that Jack Hunter just dropped a video. Oh boy. What is OX?
Hey guys, it's Jackson Hunter. I'm back.
God damn, put on a fucking shirt. Holy shit. Oh my god. I might have to blur that section of the video out.
Today is Friday, May 6th. Please hit the like button. Please smash that subscribe button. I love and appreciate you.
I love you.
So
that's why I got my shirt off.
Was down on the day, similarly to AMC, yet again, 3.72% in the regular trading hours, ending the day at $114.70.
God, he reminds me of the guy from American Movie so much. Mark Borchard, that's his name. God.
Cents per share on a volume of 1.78 million. So that low volume continues. There's virtually no volume going on right now, and that makes
you fucker. Model 3
sense because the entire stock market is uncertain which direction it wants to go. By the way, this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Please do not.
That's why I'm not wearing my shirt, because I'm not a financial advisor.
Make investments based on what I say.
Hey, no shirt, no shoes, no fucking service. Put on your goddamn shirt if you're going to dispense fake financial advice. Lynn's saying I just bought a new wardrobe for my job and they cut my hours. Well, you know what? You could be Jack over here. You know, apparently he had his clothes repossessed. Although he's still in the same goddamn apartment, I think, right? So, alongside his pool honesty. Yep, poolside honesty. Right here, poolside honesty. Yep. We did that one. Whoop. We did that one. Look at Matt. Actually, just a regular picture on his thumbnail. He's like, yeah, I made a lot of money off you. With the Lou thing. Poolside honesty. Hey guys, it's Jackson Hunter. I'm sitting here in my all black outfit, not my nice clothes. Sorry. God.
in my content. Check it out. So
GME short squeeze. Oh, fuck. How did I miss that?
Similar to AMC, where we have two big limit buy orders, one at one.
I know I've seen him doing, shirtless videos. To be fair, though, I've done videos in my underwear, like anybody can tell. That was more so last summer, when I would literally make videos at any hour of the day because I was unemployed still. And also, there was a 24-hour period where I put out 24 videos just to see if I could actually do it. They were extremely low quality videos. However, they still were more informative than the YouTubers, AMC YouTubers videos. But a lot of those were done,
109 and one
shirtless,
at 110. And then limit sell at really only at 120 and after hours, and then 116, trying to cap that after hours price action. Check this out right here. We got SPY down 0.6% today, but just all over the place, going from 406 to 414, double top, and then 407.
Double top.
Coming back up for air at...
Coming back up for air. You know, and the thing about that, he's talking about, oh, it's all over the place, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, it was, but if you look at this on the chart, here, I'm going to look at the NASDAQ 100 because that's what I've been trading lately. But if you go out and look, and let me take this line off right here. But these lines, the middle line was the closing price yesterday, and the top line is the upper expected move from the option chain, and the lower line is the bottom expected move. So let's get those from the option chain and look at the expiration date right here. So on yesterday, you know, every day I look at this weekly expiration and see what the expected move is. This plus or minus 0.663, 66 cents. So obviously now there is no expected move because the expiration has happened. But let's say next Friday would be what, the 13th, I think. Yeah, the 13th. So that's this one here, and it says plus or minus 1386. So what I will do, is go out here to the closing price and move this line down there, and then go $13 up, $13 down, and that will give me the range that the option implied volatility is implying. So, okay, all that explanation just to say that if you look, now I have to find the right time frame to do this on so you can see everything. So this is today, and it went down and hit this lower edge of this expected move, and then bounced and came back up to where it started, the 318 or whatever it was, and or 313, sorry, and then consolidated, bounced around, and then came back down to the expected move bottom range, and then kind of came in between. But this is surprisingly accurate consistently. I mean, now it's not going to tell you which way it's going to go. So implied volatility never tells you direction. It just tells you amount. So it's like an absolute value. So plus or minus. So it wasn't really a surprise. That's what I'm getting at, that this came down here and stopped there and then went back the other way. And these things are, you know, the option market, and I did not keep the lines on from previous days, but you can do this on any stock or ETF, that anything that's has options, and you can pull out that expected move and you know, use it as a basis for target points and things like that. So it's interesting, but he just said, you know, all this volatility, whatever he said. And he's not wrong, actually, but you could, were you prepared for it? Is the question.
411 closing the day, red, a little bit over 0.5%. If I zoom out, you can see that it's clearly in a downtrend, but it's really not certain which direction it's going to go. It could go up.
Well, I mean, what time horizon are you talking about there? Short term, yeah. Long term,
or down. In all honesty, and I know that sounds so like I have no idea what I'm talking about, but the entire market is not decided on which way it wants to go. If I were a betting man, and I am, I would say that SPY is probably going to...
Hey, at least he admits that. At least he admits that. That's a good thing to admit.
And continue lower, but...
And I am too.
You just have to wait and see, okay? Check this out right here. Really good DD by reverse_draw4_uno. Biggest smoking gun yet right under our noses. XO or 0x, tokenized trading exchange. Now, some of this is theory and some of this is already fact. Great job. Thank you so much to reverse draw 4 Uno. So GME will run decentralized apps or dApps through their website browser and iOS app. You can go to the new website. It's called wallet.gamestop.com. And it shows these images, right? It has these logos. And one of them is for 0x, okay?
Now, what about... So this has nothing to do with T0. I thought T0 was a smoking gun. I thought T0 was the savior. What happened to T0? Where's Mark Cahotas at? Let's get Mark in here. Let's talk about T0. What happened with that? Did it die? Did that not work out? I don't know. T0. But this is different. This is I don't even remember.
So pretty interesting
OX, 0x.
that they have it. So what is 0x? It's this logo at the bottom right here. It is a token, and it could equal...
Oh, so it's worthless, okay. Something that's more worthless than GameStop stock.
a voting share in the future. It could be a dividend awarded to shareholders because there are supposedly 1 billion quantity of 0x, and what other parameter has 1 billion set is the GameStop authorization of shares that they're voting on. They want to change it from 300 million to 1 billion authorized. Now remember, if they authorize 1 billion shares, that doesn't mean for sure that they're going to use all of them.
You can tell he's a GameStop. He's biased towards GameStop because if AMC did this, do you think he would, pussyfoot around the authorization of those shares as if they're not ever going to fucking issue them? I mean, come on, dude. You have all those tattoos. Clearly you have some street smarts to you, right? Oh, yeah, we just want to authorize up to 1 billion. We're not going to use them. Yeah, right. He absolutely would not. So he's spinning this towards positive for GameStop. But, there's a billion of these worthless tokens out there. You know what else there's a billion of? Potential GameStop shares in the future. So, yeah, they're connected, man. Yeah, they are. Probably not.
For shares outstanding, but it means they're allowed to use that many. Okay, so it talks about how there are...
Yeah, people said that about AMC, and they got fucking pissed. They basically gave Aron death threats last year. Like, that's how retarded they are. So anyway,
makers and takers of the...
You have a reward worth 0 because you're valued as a shareholder. Good, nice. 0x your share. Oh shit. Bro, you're still coming into my stream? Joey, it's past your bedtime, bro. It's past your bedtime. Get the fuck out of here.
0x market, and that defines a stock market. You have market makers and market takers, people that add liquidity and people that remove liquidity. Okay, so really interesting. And then recently, just a few days ago, they raised $70 million in funding. to onboard the next 100 million users into Web 3. 0x could allow GME to become the next source of decentralized funding for new companies looking to bypass venture capitalists and the wall of the elite. Thank Shark Tank, okay? But with the entire world due to...
That's funny because, you know, literally the apes are on life support because they've, you know, they're on life support, lost most of their money. They're losing their wives left and right. How many tweets have I seen and posts have I seen lately about my wife's leaving me because she thinks I lost all our money, but she doesn't understand that I haven't lost a dime. Oh my God! But. I just said peace out, and I didn't feel like explaining it to her. Like, yeah, that's an ape for you. You just, yeah, get the fuck out of my house. I'm not going to explain. But you know what? A unrealized gain is still a gain, but an unrealized loss, that's not a loss. You haven't lost any money. See, Joey, here's the problem. You're obviously not listening to a single, and I remember this from when we talked. You didn't listen to a single fucking word I said. Okay. So I get you. You know, you're obvious. You're not listening. You're not paying attention. Because we don't give a fuck. Okay. Listen, we don't give a fuck about the stock. We don't. And let me just go beyond that. Let me take it one step further. We don't give a fuck about you. We don't care what you do. I'm not trying to influence a single goddamn person. No, I don't. We haven't bashed AMC. I never bash. I've given my opinion. Do I think movie theaters are the future? No. I mean, you probably fucking agree with me on that. Maybe. But, yeah, no, I'm not bashing AMC. I don't care about AMC. No, you actually sound desperate, my friend. Coming in here, acting like a jackass. You are an ape, right? So, yeah. We're going to disagree, but no, I will not. I will not delete anything, Joey. I'll come on here and I'll say what's happening because you know what? The other YouTubers will probably misrepresent that too. They'll probably say, no, this isn't the squeeze. Don't sell. Don't sell. It's going to go up even higher. It's going to go up even higher. So no. I will delete this channel when there are no grifters lying about stocks. Okay? I told you that before. I'm not going to tell you again. Will you delete your fucking YouTube account from my chat? Will you leave the chat now? Do you understand? Like, I don't care about AMC. I don't care about you. And I'm not going to delete my channel unless all the grifters go away, which, you know, there are more of you out there than there are of me. In other words, you know, there's a million fools that are just waiting to eat this shit up. So I don't care if I sound desperate or mad. Because I'm not desperate and I'm not mad. I don't care. Like, it doesn't really matter to me because I know that for all, you know, lack of a better term, you're an idiot. So, you know, yeah, I mean, I tell my boss I'm coming for his portfolio. Yeah, right. Okay. I'm sure. Yeah, I'll tell him that. I'll tell him that. So, yeah.
Centralized investors.
Yeah, he is. But I love, like, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, Joey. Yeah, I get it. I get it. You're like a 24-year-old. It's funny when somebody says they're not mad. I got it. Okay. Why do you keep coming back here and saying that, though? Like, I mean, seriously.
Each contributing different amounts and having the same voting rep rights as shareholders. Then it has tweets for proof. ZeroX's business model described above is not a theory. Their partnership with GME is not a theory. The only theory is my opinion of the implementation of the two technologies. Now that the partnership has been officially announced, LRC and others will have an equal impact on GameStop's NFT future. 4, I do not hold a single bit of 0x. Okay, so TLDR, GME, I'm the market now. Check this out right here. We got GameStop.
Yeah, good TLDR there. Yeah, that's it. That sums it up.
GameStop NFT have their own Twitter. Follow at GameStop NFT. They only have 10,000 followers. Let's get them to 100,000 followers in the next month. They just joined in March. I didn't
Why
even
don't
know
you
they
get to
had one,
100,000
but
followers first?
GameStop NFT. I'm sure that they will be tweeting about the launch. They have 0 tweets and they only follow GameStop. Check this out. Ryan Cohen, speaking of only following GameStop, he tweeted out, weaning the economy off cheap money is like breaking a Coke addiction. And then I use Twitter to overcompensate for my small. So I love you guys so much.
What, you can't even say wee? Yeah, why don't you go, Joey, why don't you go troll this lame-ass motherfucker here? He won't even say wee. Wow. I mean, Ryan Cohen, he's a little bitch. He's a little bitch. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. You're being a little bitch. Like, I don't know. He's just, yeah, I don't have any reasoning for that. He's just a little bitch. Good show, Jack. So good. Yeah. He's pretty goddamn desperate sounding. Look at this. Holy shit.
Step 1, face the facts. No way to take me back. No, I won't chase this.
Comments are turned off. Because he knows that people will be like, oh, this is fucking horrible. Oh my God, let's hear more of it.
Make it last. That's why I place in sex. And then we race off track. No way to take me back.
I thought this was going to be rap or some shit.
I've gotta make it last. I'm past the point. Over it all. In this room by myself.
It is rap.
Cause every time we spoke, you tried to show that I'm wrong. Broke like my fist when it goes to the wall. Not a cent left, but I got rent next. My brother told me that I should've just spent less.
Well, he had rent then. He had rent apparently then. He just said he did. This came out in 2020. Wow. I mean, whatever. More power to you, man. Good for you. Getting, putting yourself out there like that. Shit. I mean, but it's pretty bad. But, I can't say that this is really, I mean, I studied music in college, but, not this kind of music. But, I better not get copyright strikes for all this bullshit. I swear if they did that, that would make me delete my channel. You want to talk about something to make me delete my goddamn channel? I would if they nab me for all these. Although it doesn't have a copyright actually. It has a P, whatever P is. P, I don't know. Produce, I don't know, whatever.
If I don't start it first, then I just my other words. Cause the mother slurred is only ever somewhat heard. I need your
there's a guy at work that would probably like this because he's kind of has a similar wannabe urban kind of vibe. Let me just say it that way to preserve my channel and not get hit for that too. Everybody's gonna report my videos. Or do whatever happened last time. You don't see much of Houston Wade too much anymore, do you? Court-ruled liar? Oh, I remember when that, this chick on Twitter got into it with him. Well, but this was maybe a different one, I was around when she was picking a fight with Astro.
Yeah, and then the Pwn person, she is somebody who got into the community last summer and fancies herself a mathematical, technical person, and sort of wrote some DDs.
God, this guy right here, I haven't really seen anything else much by him, but you can tell he's just full of himself. He's a pretentious asshole. And yeah, his fucking theories went nowhere. He has no clue, just like none of these people have any clue. And yet I'm going to wear my cool quasi-paisley orange shirt. Ooh, and my smart-looking glasses. And she kind of are some sort of DD. Like, go fuck yourself, dude. You are such a fucking dick. This guy is a dick. I can tell right now.
And then started going nuclear.
And what is it with the dual view of your bed? Also, who gives a fuck? Like, you can see it. Here's the goddamn blanket, and here's another view of his bed. Like, what the fuck do you use that camera for? I don't even want to know. Oh my god, this guy's a weirdo.
Against other people who do the same thing.
Calling someone out for not having the credentials, say he does wrong with wildly exaggerating his achievements so other people know, is making a world a better place. People should be more aware of who their sources are. Okay.
I had been told, like, in December, like, hey, interview this chick. She's rad. And then
she's rad. She's rad. When it's this guy, like a college professor. Oh my god, she's rad.
I saw all the weird stuff that was happening with Astro and her, and I just
it was Astro. Okay.
Like, tried to be Switzerland and just avoid and ignore, and then all of a sudden, this week she just started to start posting and spamming all of my stalker stuff, and
whoa, wow. Creditors active 500,000. Attorney, wow. Holy shit.
Then demanding I debate her, and I was like, I'm done.
Yeah, Joey, why don't you go tell this guy that he's desperate, because he clearly sounds and looks desperate here. Like, wow, this is pretty bad.
I'm not going to debate you about the crap my stalker posts and spams everyone about constantly.
This willful disregard of a court order in the administration of justice further demonstrated by defendant's brazen unwillingness to answer truthfully at his deposition regarding his communications with DPA Stokes. So many of these goddamn YouTubers are fucking criminals. It's crazy. I mean, I'm sure more of them are, too. And I guess I am, to a certain extent, but nothing like this. Or maybe not.
And then it was discovered my stalker was posting pictures of underage kids on his Publitas page, where he would post everything. Underage kid. And
it's one of those cups with a straw on it. You know, it's hipster things. Because hipster here, hipster. I guess you kind of maybe you have to be a hipster if your name is fucking Houston. I don't know. But it's funny, though, that you say that, because he just talked about somebody posting pictures of quote-unquote underage kids. So...
And then it was discovered my stalker...
All roads point to weirdo. All signs on the Magic 8 Ball are pointing to...
And then it was discovered my stalker was posting pictures of underage kids on his Publitas page, where he would post everything about me. And so his Publitas page got deleted.
Rachel Kentner is lying about me uploading pictures of girls, which is why she has no evidence and why Publitas has refused to name a single document. Unfortunately, Publitas works with Antifa radicals.
And,
What? Unfortunately, Publitas works with Antifa radicals in an effort to spread defamation. I mean, who in the fuck has mentioned or even heard the term Antifa in 2022? I mean, 2020 called Rick, and they want their Antifa back. Come on. Oh, my God. It's fucking stupid. This is so stupid. I want to keep watching.
Yeah, that's where we are. Pone seems to believe that she came up with lots of technical analysis ideas that actually have Wikipedia articles and have existed for a long time, and then kept claiming that other people had stolen her ideas.
Yeah, this is desperate as fuck right now.
When, they were writing about this stuff in March of last year, and she wasn't writing about it until June, and then claiming that people stole her ideas and wanted to sue and ruin lives and whatever. And I don't do technical analysis. I don't give a shit. It's just not what I do. I think it's wizardry, and I'm friends with people who do technical analysis. I think they're wonderful folks, and they can see things that I just go, whatever about. So, yeah. So I had to block her. And
okay. That's exactly my response.
It's been a bummer of a week as a result of that, but whatever. Life moves on.
Houston Wade fails to mention that for asking him questions about one of the 2 defamation suits filed on him, that he will respond by calling people pro-rape, pro-child molestation, and pro-Nazi, as he did with this young lady. In other words, if you ask Wade why he was ruled a brazen, purposeful, and knowing liar by a judge of the Kitsap County Superior Court, and why he was given a restraining order and ordered to pay $503,000 for the damage that his lies caused.
All of this, okay, but
bring it on.
All right, so
nice
let me give you a lowdown. 2018, I wrote a series of 5 articles on men in my community who raped and abused women and children, and had gotten away with it.
By series of articles, he means he made a series of posts on his Facebook page. Houston Wade also made the local blotter for violating a protection order regarding that Facebook page.
What the
Of the 5 men, 1 vanished. He picked up everything and moved.
He looks like his face is red as fuck right now, too. What is wrong with this guy? I remember Jackson Hunter was all up this guy's ass. What did somebody say earlier about perv connections or something? I don't know. But I think we got another one here.
Sure got brought on.
I think that's really not okay right at the moment, so I'm going to have you guys step out front.
Houston.
Okay?
Yes. You're being served. Thank you.
Oh, there he is working at a restaurant. What the fuck? Yeah, it was the same guy.
Step out front.
Houston.
Okay?
Yes. You're being served. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And they sued me for defamation, and one got dismissed because he realized he was probably gonna get disbarred. He was a lawyer. He's probably gonna get disbarred.
Actually, in the case of John DeWars v. Houston Wade settled the suit with DeWars and took down his Bainbridge Island bad list Facebook page. It was only dismissed inasmuch as Wade met the demands of John DeWars.
Okay, this is interesting. I had no idea about all this shit. I just thought he was another idiot. You are being served. Rock God. What a weird, whatever. I just want to hear him talk again because that's like the best evidence against.
Fionn Murphy, has he addressed Pone?
Oh, look, it's now on the dog.
I mean, she's behind the times. Most people in my chat know about my stalker. That's no mystery. So she doesn't really call me out about anything. My stalker spams anyone who responds to me. Ever. I blocked him on everything.
Well, maybe he was, but you know, we just saw him sweeping a floor at a restaurant. So I don't know what's up with that. I mean, I had teachers that had other jobs too. Like I saw one teacher working at the grocery store one summer. Yeah, I don't know. Weird.
And he responds over and over again. He posts about me hundreds of times a day on Twitter. He makes sub threads about me in Reddit. He's a creepy stalker man, and that's what he does. So there's not much to address there.
A lot of black and white here. He's a creepy stalker man. That's what he does. That's who he is. That's what he does. He's a bad, bad man. Ay. I'm curious about this channel though. What else they got on these YouTubers? I wonder. Or is it just all about him? Well, a lot of it is, but not all of it. Okay. He's not targeting the AMC YouTubers, unfortunately. At least he had a job, has a job. Well, we don't know if he still does, but he had a couple hundred people in live stream. Yeah, especially when he had this guy or Houston. Houston did, yeah. So yeah, it's a weird. That's a weird one. That is a weird one. I just saw it here because I was like, oh, I haven't heard about this guy forever because I saw him with Jackson in that one thing. Jack in that one thing. But yeah, he looks different. He's lost weight. He's lost a lot of weight in 1 year. That's weird. Treasure hunt. That's not relevant. Houston, we have a problem. Great podcast name. Fantastic. All right, last video. Here we go. We got to end it with our boy Trey. Welcome to Trey's Trades. My name is Trey. I'm not.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Trey.
Oh God, has he ever looked and sounded this haggard before? This is a haggard motherfucker. Look at him. He looks like shit. He sounds like shit. It takes a toll being a grifter. It does. If you want any proof, here's the proof. Lamp on.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Trey. I know this isn't a typical setup, but right now I'm chilling in a hotel in Minnesota.
What the fuck are you doing in Minnesota? Minnesota. What a weird Al-Qaeda hostage video this is. It's like an Al-Qaeda hostage video. Jesus Christ.
It's early as hell. I just got to the hotel. It's 4:49 in the morning. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Would you just get back from a night
I
out?
figured I'd catch up because I wasn't really online much at all, whatever. And this is like a throwback.
Looking for his prop. His prop. His large prop. His large dark prop.
Back to the good old days. We don't want to wake up the neighbors though, so I gotta keep it quiet, gotta keep it chill. I wanted to talk about the SPY and the Fed, and obviously the.
Oh God, yeah, I'm gonna sit here in my wife beater and talk about the SPY at 4 in the morning, and the Fed and macroeconomics.
Real quick. Yesterday,
eggplant,
or 2 days ago now, that said finally good news, and this was referring to the Fed talking, Jay Powell talking about the planned rate hikes. They have a total of 2 more 50-point rate hikes planned for after this, followed by 25-point rate.
Finally, some good news. Yeah, and then what happened? Yep.
Which was, as I thought.
See, that's the problem. You know, you thought you knew. This is the goddamn fucking thing about these guys, about Trey, and short the VIX. Let's lump him in here too. He's a cocky little motherfucker who knows everything. Oh, this is good news. You know, oh, we're most likely going to see. Oh, forced liquidation. Oh, da 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 da. Yeah, Trey. How many times do you have to be wrong before you get the message, get the point? That's not how it works with narcissists. I know, because I used to be one. No, just kidding.
Priced in positive.
Crack keeps you up all night. Yeah, a lot of things can. Yes, in that vein, if you will. But yeah, he does not look
the market. And if we come back to the chart,
that's what happens when you make $1 million trading options. I wouldn't know, but that seems to be what happens. You know, a lot of it goes up your nose.
I'll show you guys this really quick. I've got SPY pulled up. When you look at this on the hourly, you can see the exact moment in which what appeared to be sort of the market pricing in very solid sort of deal with these rate
so
hikes.
not having
you see this huge pump of volume come in right here, which came in about the exact time that the Fed sort of announced, yes, we are going to be going with the 50 basis point hike.
Okay, he's going to try to explain the fucking market
so
moves. Yeah, good luck with that, Trey. There's not even a point listening to that. Not even a point, because he didn't figure it out.
You got T+2 delivery on FTDs and a couple different blue chip stocks that were lined up specifically with the Fed talk.
Smoking on the airplane.
That would actually imply something pretty unique, and that would be that whoever.
Oh, perfect. YouTube's like, nah, you don't need to see this.
Covered those FTDs, specifically market makers. Maybe this is Citadel, maybe it's Susquehanna, sus being the big word in that name, or Wolverine, whatever it may be. They decided to, in this scenario or in this instance, cover FTD's T+2 settlement system at the exact time that the Fed was talking, with
how do you know that
idea that it would make people believe that this was coming off of Fed news instead of.
Look at this. Listen to this conspiracy theorizing conspiracy. Seriously, they covered FTDs then to make it seem like that it was based on the Fed announcement. Okay, how do you know that? Where's the proof? I'm looking through here to see what articles he references. He's just looking at the chart. No, there's no proof here. I mean, yeah, I'm going to get slammed for, you didn't watch the whole video. You didn't watch the whole video. Well, I'm sorry. Seeing is believing. You need some goddamn proof.
Actual technical,
proof,
so to speak, covering. Now, if you look up different, names within the system, you can look at Apple. You can see that the exact same thing. You look at Amazon. You can see
it was a short squeeze, Trey. Clearly, it was a short squeeze. Everybody knows that now. Whatever. What is it? Where is he going with this?
When I left this morning,
how is this going to make us rich?
And I thought to myself, like, I just can't wrap my head around it. I couldn't wrap my head around it. And if it's not this T+2 settlement thing, it really genuinely doesn't make sense. I can't make any sense of this situation. The market, in any other situation, certainly should have just given it straight. I mean, if you get a positive reaction out of a market when the Fed talks, either up or down, right? If they react positively, you'd expect upside. If they react negatively, you'd expect downside. And we got upside reaction. I mean, it seemed.
Well, Trey, you know, that's why you have to be a contrarian sometimes, because good news is not always good. Good news is not always good. We got good jobs numbers yesterday now at this point. And it wasn't good. So good news is often bad, and bad news is often terrible. But this is contrarianism 101. You're not going to make sense of it at 4 a.m. with that type of, logic. Oh, good news means the stocks are going to go up. No.
To me, like the market bought in, and that perception was very easily tricked. You know, there's no other way to put it. I was duped, I was fooled, and I was wrong. It just appears that the market didn't react as positively as I thought. If it's not this T+2 settlement of FTDs, failure to delivers, don't know what it would be. And we will just have to take it day by day.
How about short covering, Trey? How about a short fucking covering rally? Oh no, because shorts don't cover ever.
If there's any takeaway for me right now, looking at the charts and looking at everything taking place, it's that the market is in a really fucking crazy state of panic right now, of volatility like I haven't seen since I've been in the market. This is very 2008-esque.
Very 2008-esque. Really? How old were you in 2008, Trey? How old were you, buddy? He's 25, something like that. He's barely out of diapers in 2008, my friend. I'd been out of college for years at that point. Okay, I mean, I wasn't really involved in finance. I didn't know anything about what was going on. But, still, I know now. This is 2008? Okay. Right.
It's very strange. And what I'm honestly keeping my eye on the most is CPI data coming out next week. That is going to dictate a lot of what comes, I think, in the future, especially considering, obviously, that the market just juked us. I mean, I apparently had a 3% green day just to follow it up with a bigger red day the following day.
Well, welcome to the market, my friend. It's not always stonks going up.
I couldn't have been further off the mark than I was. And I wanted to explain to you why I came to that conclusion. The situation.
You were off the mark on that, too. Wow. All right. Let's see if there's anything new. I'm getting tired. But I do want to thank you guys for being here. Institutions are piling in. 12 million shares. Oh, my God. 12 million shares. Holy shit. That's going to make it go crazy. Oh my God, 12 million shares at $14. Oh wow, it's $168 million. Holy shit. AMC may explode. Wait a minute. We just saw Jack. He did another video today.
Hey guys, it's Jackson Hunter. I'm back with another AMC stock update. Today is Friday, May 6th. Please hit the like button. Please smash that subscribe button. I love and appreciate you.
I love you.
Oh, so AMC stock was down on the day 6.33% in the regular trading hours, ending the day at $13.76.
Oh, he was talking about GameStop before. It will never end. That's why I'm not worried about Joey's. Will you delete your channel when AMC rips? I should just say, yeah, I will, because this madness will never end.
6 cents per share with a little spike in after hours, super odd. But the volume today was 32.7 million. So continuing that low volume, virtually no volume. By the way, this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Please do not make investments based on what I say in my content. Check it out. If I pull up the heat map, AMC was really following SPY for a lot of the day. It did kind of this double bottom with an M-shaped reversal midday, but you got this limit buy order at $13.50, $13, and then limit sells, interestingly enough, in after hours at $14.60 and $15. Okay, now let me show you SPY, S&P 500. These are the top 500 performing companies in the United States. Okay, so it tracks a whole basket of stocks.
Yes,
and
I will.
If you look at it, it's just up and down. Okay, it does not want to choose a direction. But if you look at it on a larger time frame, it is in this downtrend.
The same damn thing he said with GameStop.
Is not directional at this point. Check this out, Doctor Strange 2. I saw it last night. Phenomenal film, great film. It looked like everybody worked really hard on it. Benedict Cumberbatch is one of my favorite actors. Rachel.
Yes, please subscribe if you aren't. Share the video and all that stuff. That helps the channel. Like and subscribe and share. Like
McAdams did a great job. This younger girl did a good job as well. So super cool. It was packed out at my theaters last night. Everybody buying snacks, concessions. So there was
super bullish. You're going to be rich.
Money being made. Okay. Weekend projections continue to be wild. Many believe Dr.
Yeah. See, it doesn't. That doesn't matter. We know that doesn't matter. You know, you're talking the same shit you talked about last year with Batman and blah blah blah. Yeah, he's living the life, man. Out at the movies, making rap albums, hanging out by the pool.
Before the pandemic set in. And then lastly, TD Ameritrade and Fidelity. Those are the brokers that I use. So I don't know if the other broker dealers have sent this email yet, but TD and Fidelity have emailed the proxy materials for AMC's annual meeting on June 16th. You have from now until June 15th at midnight EST to vote on the proxy. I think there's 5 or 6 different items to vote on, and I'm not going to tell you what to vote on. I really don't care, but just make sure that you vote. Love you guys so much, and have a beautiful, beautiful weekend. Peace.
Thanks, Jack.
You full of shit, full of shit, full of shit, and you need to quit.
And say that brings us to the end. I think that's a good place to end. All my grifters here. All my grifters. Look at all my grifters. Oh, all my grifters. Avi Lev, Moneymaker, Teddy Zane, Lou vs. Wall Street, Matt, John Wick, The Ape Father, B. Hayes, The Misinformed Investor, Tony DeNaro, although he's the one guy on here, you know, who actually tries to be objective. And, you know, he's doing my job for me. Have a good night, Ziggy. Thanks for checking it out, sticking around. Appreciate it. Lynn, have a good night. I appreciate it. Always when you're here. Model 3 dude. Thank you. Have a good night. Good weekend. Enjoy yourself. Poolside Honesty. Kiev Angelo. Whatever that guy's name is. All these guys. The Hall of Grifters. The Hall of Grifters. Oh, God. I love you guys. You guys are... I mean, why wouldn't I sit here for 5 hours and talk about this shit? It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Man, he already left, but he's having a good time. Yeah. I'll probably be on for futures on Sunday. We'll see what happens. So have a good night. Catch ya all later. See ya.
You don't trust me, I don't trust you. Now what the fuck we supposed to do? You disrespectful, I'll break your neck, ho. I'd rather live alone than listen to you moan and groan. You're too demanding, I got a sugar mama and she's outstanding. The future was looking rosy before I found out you were so damn nosy. I could tell by the way you run your mouth. You're a punk ass, no class bitch from the south. Showing off on Facebook, my privacy has been took. I was blind, but now I see. You getting famous hanging around me. You full of shit, full of shit, full of shit. And you need to quit. Baby, you full of shit, full of shit, full of shit. And you need to quit. Don't provoke me, I might choke thee. Roll thee up and smoke thee. You're so annoying, my career you're destroying. You're such an envelope pusher, such a gossip gusher. It's not fly to me for you to invade my privacy. Money taker, troublemaker, orgasm fake. Who's fucking up my schedule and they won't give me head? Oh, that's you. You wanna run away with my daughter? Meet a new man in Florida. I'm in the studio, rocking it steady. I'll visit my daughter when I get ready. You full of shit, full of shit, full of shit. And you need to quit.